Okay. Test sound. Nope. It's not where it's supposed to. But it is. What?
If the
Oh, wait. That still doesn't make any sense to me, but.
universe is
Okay, cool. Ah. Oh, I should see if that worked. Oh, it doesn't actually tag though. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, now I know. Just getting Twitch up on the screen too. Should be good. Oh, this is much later than I thought I was going to be streaming. Shot for earlier, but it just didn't work out. I had stuff to do. Okay, cool. So this is basically for the VOD, but nevertheless,
evolving deeper and deeper into complexity, faster and faster. And if now in a human...
I need to rewind just a bit.
If the universe is evolving deeper and deeper into complexity, faster and faster, and if now in a human lifetime we can see a small portion of this curve, it no longer appears flat to us because of our nearness in relation, you understand what I'm saying? That we can actually discern the curve. And so that means, I believe, that by extrapolating this process, we should then logically conclude that we are very near, relative to the life of the universe, we are very near to the place where this ramping up of complexity will become so excruciatingly rapid that more change will happen in a single week than happened in the previous 13 billion years, and that then there will come a moment where more will happen in a single minute than happened in the previous 13 billion, and then a moment will come when more will happen in 6.55 times 10 to the 23rd erg seconds. More will happen than has happened. People say, well, but that's crazy. I mean, what kind of universe is that Well, wait a minute. What's so crazy about this? Let's look at what the competition...
I'm not gonna lie, he kind of lost me until he make that machine, that DMT machine whirring sound. That's funny.
...is peddling.
I was like, I can see it.
But what the competition would have you believe is that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment for no reason. Well, now, whatever you think about that theory, in the interest of being awake, please notice that that is the limit case for credulity. Do you know what I mean by that? I mean that if you can believe that, you can believe anything. That is the most improbable proposition the human mind can conceive of. I challenge you to top it. You know, I mean, I know the Scientologists think God is a clam on another planet, but I don't think that tops this idea that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment for no reason. That's article of faith number one. I say, no. This, if we're talking about universe
Mic on.
spring from nothing, if
Mic off.
talk like that, then surely such universes occur in a situation of great complexity. In other words, if we're going to look for an enormous eruption of emergent phenomena, an enormous, sudden, unexpected download of novelty, we shouldn't look in a domain of zero space, zero time, zero energy, zero anti-entropic organization. That's the worst place to look. That's the least likely place where such a singularity would spring out. Where should you look if you believe in this jabberwock, this chimera, this particular beast? Where should you hunt this snark? You should hunt it in domains of immense complexity, where you have matter, energy, light, chemistry, language, machines, people, cultures, intentionality, minds. And if you throw all that stuff together and shake it up, it's maybe not a sure thing that you will get a singularity, but you're certainly betting right. You've figured it out. So I think that science is extremely hostile to the idea that the universe is complexifying and complexifying more and more rapidly. I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally,
I didn't even read that title. I was a bit lost in thought there. Humanity. Okay.
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally, it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is. And at that point, novelty theory can come out of the woods, because eventually people are going to say, what the hell is going on? It's just too nuts. It's not enough to say it's nuts. You have to explain why it's so nuts. The mushroom said to me once, it said, this is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. You don't depart for the stars under calm and orderly conditions. It's a fire in a madhouse. And that's what we have, the fire in the madhouse at the end of time. This is what it's like when a species prepares to move on to the next dimension. The entire destiny of all life on the planet is tied up in this. We are not acting for ourselves or from ourselves. We happen to be the point species on a transformation that will affect every living organism on this planet at its conclusion. I think
sometimes he says stuff that's just like true from a base level understanding, and it's hard for me to not apply that base level understanding. You need none of these experiences to sort of lead you towards an understanding. Like he'll say something that could be interpreted as like a very mundane, obvious thing, but I understand it's not what he's saying, so I have to like reel my intuitive listening ear back a bit to understand what he's getting at.
we take our humanness too much for granted.
I don't think we realize.
But it also means that despite the implications he's making, there is still a sound correctness to the thing that he's saying as well, which makes it not dismissible.
How nasty, brutish, and short most of life has been over the centuries, and how really only within the confines of the 20th century has a level of comfort and food availability and shelter and basic creature needs been met to the point where most people can begin to lead the philosophical life that previously was the privilege of emperors, kings, great courts. Now we all indulge ourselves. We all have the philosopher king's point of view. We all have a model of history, a model of the future, and we all feel capable of stepping into the shoes of our leaders and discharging that responsibility. Well, in order to do that, I think we need to overcome our amnesia about how we got to this place. I don't see, you see, what science would have you believe and explicitly implies is that we are an aberration. Here, over here, you have nature, the beautiful rainforests, the wonderful coral reefs, the symmetry of the hummingbird, the sea urchin, and the butterfly. And here you have us, grimy, tawdry, polluting, ugly, driven, in equilibrium, in disequilibrium, in denial. I don't believe that. I believe that this kind of thinking, humanity away from the rest of nature, is the first of the great disempowering myths by which the Western mind has enslaved itself. And we are not outside of nature. We are not a runaway toxic process.
Yeah.
We are not a mutation. We are, in fact, that part of nature which has been deputized for a purpose.
Sometimes I argue with people about whether human beings and the things that we do are natural. And I always argue from the perspective of everything that we do is natural. There's nothing else compelling us to do what we do. But you always see human innovation and human interference with other systems as unnatural. But if an animal were to do something, it is completely natural. We're an animal. I find it to be totally bizarre when people consider human beings outside the realm of nature. I never understand it.
We are the
Hey, Elk.
energy gathering aspect of the Gaian mind. We are the language forming capacity of nature herself. You may know the concept of a catalyst.
I also, this actually brings up another sort of, I don't know if you want to call it a thought experiment or philosophy that I have, but I've always thought of what humans are is, so like the universe or matter, universe, and the matter within the universe has a couple of stages you can go through. It can just be, and then it can become aware. That's like any life emerging. This is matter that is aware. And then we have the human level, which is matter that can identify itself as matter and say, oh, I'm me and I'm made up of matter. It can understand the things that make it up. And I think that sometimes maybe it's just a half a step, but I think it's like another step higher in awareness to understand that the matter has this relationship with all the matter in the universe. And there's sections of space and time where also in this frame, it's only going to be human as well. We can say that I am the universe. The matter that is self-aware can also understand its where it exists in a greater plot of connected matter. To be able to say I am the universe may just be a section of the universe that is self-aware. That's what people are, and I don't necessarily ever know what to do with that, but um, it certainly does seem to be the case that matter itself is evolving in this way. And I have no idea what the next jump from that would be, but it certainly does seem to be the case because we can still observe matter in every other state of this sort of evolution. So I don't know if it serves any purpose, but I think it's good to acknowledge.
In chemistry, a catalyst is something which, when you stir it into a chemical reaction, the reaction proceeds more quickly, but the catalyst itself is not destroyed. And this is what I think we are. We are a strategy on the part of the Gaian mind to produce an effect that would otherwise take much, much longer to produce. The main effect of the presence of human life on this planet has been to vastly accelerate the speed at which nature is able to creatively express herself.
I like that.
I'm real curious about one thing. Why is it important for you to do this?
I wonder myself. You mean, am I the alien ambassador, whether I like it or not? Well, I often, when asked this question, I've said, it beats honest work. I mean, my brother is a PhD in 3 subjects and works in hard science, and I don't think it's brought him immense happiness, not that he's despondent, but I was always kind of a slider, and certainly when I reached La Chirera in 1971, I had a price on my head by the FBI. I was running out of money. I was at the end of my rope, and then they recruited me and said, with a mouth like yours, there's a place for you in our organization. And, I've worked in deep background positions about which the less said, the better. And then, about 15 years ago, they shifted me into public relations, and I've been there to the present. I think ideas get me high, and I like the feeling of understanding, and I love diversity to the point of weirdness. I think of myself as a pretty savvy person, and not easily led into false dogma. And yet, this is such a strange idea. And so it's basically a plea for help. It's not a cult. It's not that I want you to join me in believing in this. It's that this is so outlandish that join me as a scientist would join a research team, and let's cut it to pieces and show that it was simply a misunderstanding of information theory coupled with bad mathematics spliced onto a weak ontology or something like that, because I could live with the time wave
if I only had to read about it in Time magazine and that it was being developed by Negroponte and Prigozhin. The thing that sets up the cognitive dissonance for me is that I, from the point of view of most people, thought it up. And I am so aware of my limitations that to me that's the strongest argument there is, that it's malarkey, you know. And then I read books like Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and it says, you know, this is how it happens. Some guy, marginal, not at the center of the field, and somewhat at loose ends, but usually with a broad education, gets it, you know. I have spent a lot of time educating myself about what it would mean if this were true. In other words, how big a revolution is it? And it's an enormous revolution. The implications are staggering. For example, if it's true that time is a fluctuating variable, as this so strongly argues, then science as practiced for the past 500 years is out the window, because that kind of science is based on the concept of experiment. And experiment has built into it the concept of what's called a restoration of initial conditions. That means you can go back to the start and run the experiment again. This is saying, as Heraclitus said, you never step into the same river twice. And consequently, the idea of repetitive experiment is shown to be intellectually bankrupt. We could almost say of science that it is the study of those phenomena so crude that the time in which they occur does not affect them. And so falling balls, you know, gas diffusion, simple things, it doesn't matter where in time they occur. But things like the building of an empire, the waging of a war, the evolution of a species, the conquest of a biome by a new set of genes, these things, timing is everything and dictates success or failure.
There's 4
Very hard
months,
to not get lost in thought in that. Very
2
hard.
months, 1 month, 15 days, 7 days, the last 7 days, the last 3 days, the last day, the last 23 hours.
I don't understand what I was looking at.
I am not going to do this till hell freezes over. I have a whole other plan for myself. And I think also, you know, once you crusade for 10 years, if you haven't captured Jerusalem, you better go back to farming in Provence. And that's more or less metaphorically what I intend to do. Pardon me? No, I'll tell you some of my plans briefly, because it doesn't relate to this. 220 species of trilobite occur in the shales of southern Bohemia. I plan to go to Prague and organize the peasants of Bohemia to collect these various species of trilobites, ship them into a central warehouse in Prague while we will identify, photograph them, and issue a very high-end catalog for collectors of rare fossils. And I will become the trilobite maven of Prague 6 and disappear from this domain, because I think I've said all I have to say. I mean, not today, thank God, but in the course of doing all this.
I wonder if that's what he did.
I don't like the part of what I do that is a cult of personality. I don't like it that a white guy sits at the front of the room and
pontificates, and I don't know if you've figured out this shuffle, but I have, and I know that I don't know anything more than you know, really, and that it's just a funny circumstance of fate that you sit and listen and I speak, because there are no experts, and there is only the integrity of doing and having done. And really, if you get the message, you will be able to transcend the need for any more of this, because it's really a message of self-trust and self-empowerment. And then what I'm also trying to create is a community of shared associations about these weird states, so that we don't have to all privately think we're losing our marbles. Let those who talk to the elves find each other and band together. I am not I am basically a scientist without portfolio, because no academic institution would ever trust me with a portfolio. But I move in the domain of the gurus, the channelers, the pontificators, and those with secret revealed knowledge from Atlantis and Lemuria. But I have contempt for all of that, whether it's true or not, because they got there the wrong way. You have to come through the rules of evidence and reason. Reason is not science. Don't confuse them. I'm very much a critic of science and the scientific method, but I don't think reason can be tossed out with that
That's true.
bathwater.
There's a clear delineation between reason and science. The good, the true, and the beautiful.
Plato, who all the rest of philosophy is a footnote up on, Plato said, that the key lay in the concepts the good, the true, and the beautiful. The good, what is it? Tricky, tricky, tricky. The true, what is it? Trickier, even trickier. The beautiful, what is it? Easy to discern.
Yeah.
The beautiful is easy to discern. You are going to be condemned to live out the consequences of your taste. Really, really. And if you have no taste, God help you, because you are self-condemned to an appalling nightmare. You won't be getting it. All the subtle stuff will go by you, while your head is filled with cant, nonsense, foolishness. So again, the metaphor of the dream and of making choices based on beauty, and beauty is downloaded into the human cultural milieu largely through dreams. Other ideas may also come in dreams, but I think studies have shown that architects, designers, people who are actually at the top of the pyramid in any design process are very aware of their dreams, their reveries, their insights. So that's the way to set the compass, not toward truth, not toward the good, not because these aren't fine things, but because they're so slippery, but toward beauty. And with that in place, to my mind, life, hope follows as a natural consequence.
Kathleen Harrison.
So the real world political work that Kath and I do is associated with botanical dimensions, We conceived it together many, many years ago, and then about 6 years ago, Kat took it over, put it on its official feet, made it a non-profit foundation, and has run it day to day since then with tremendous energy and efficiency. So I'd like to acknowledge Kat Mckenna here.
Oh, his wife, I assume.
My better half.
Yeah.
In fact, my only good half.
Let's see, I first came to Telluride in 1978 with my new baby, my first child, and my
I don't mean this in a negative way, but it's just exactly what I would picture if somebody said, think of like a 60-year-old hippie
new
woman.
husband, Terence Mckenna, at the time. And we had gotten together, we met way back in the mid-60s in the Middle East, actually. But we got together in 1975 because that was the year that he and his brother figured out how to grow psilocybin mushrooms at home in your kitchen. And once he figured that out, he said, he never used the word prayer, but he put out a call to the universe to please send him the perfect mushroom mail order bride. And somehow that, I hadn't seen him in years, but somehow that landed in my mailbox. And with an inquiry, he'd heard where I was living at the time, an inquiry and 5 grams of newly grown mushrooms. And so I took those and read that letter a number of times and saw that my destiny was laid out. But just to make sure, because I had a job, a commitment I couldn't leave for some months, for over 6 months he kept sending me love letters by that time with mushrooms in them.
What a guy. Oh boy.
This trip that I had in Hawaii, I thanked God that somebody was there, that Kat was there specifically, because just the sound of her voice completely ameliorated a whole spectrum of hard to describe but very icky things that were threatening to overwhelm me. And I don't have trips like that very much where I need somebody there. So it was fortunate that it was like that. But no, I'm not advocating that if you've never taken mushrooms, you go up on a mountain in the dark and take 8 grams. I mean, it might be good for you, but I'm not advocating it because it might not be good for you, you know. But eventually, you know, Plotinus called the mystical experience the flight of the alone to the alone. And there is something about that. The last dance you do alone. And it can't be otherwise. The main point out of all these statements about drugs and this and that is, you know, if it doesn't scare you, it's not worth doing. And it certainly scares me every time. I mean, I don't want you to think there's nothing heroic about it. It's just terrifying, and it's the only form of terror I will submit to. I will not jump from airplanes. I do not shoot the rapids. I do not rock climb. I'm a bookish person. But I will submit to that terror because it seems to make sense. But it
Oh, it's Annabelle. I think that that certainly resonates before DMT, before things get crazy, and what should be the scarier part, the getting there is I feel like terrifying is not even a great word. Overwhelmingly intense and what's the word? Like it's like existential terror. It's sort of like the experiencing terror of like not existing briefly and somehow witnessing it. But there's other, I think all of them, if they're not always scary, they certainly have the potential to be. I think it's probably pretty important to understand that before you do any of those things. I always, especially when I was younger and before I had done anything, I'd do like probably 5 or 6 hours of research to get a good grasp on what to expect, how to do it, just like all the details, because I really wanted to have a firm grasp on, I guess, like preemptive damage control almost, in case things went bad, but they usually didn't. And when they did, I felt like I had enough information in that time to reassure myself that things were going to be okay and not have it be much worse than it could have been.
It isn't unterrifying. It is exceedingly terrifying. That's where I think it lies. And that's why these questions of abuse and all that can't arise. God, nobody abuses these drugs as far as I can find out, unless they do too little, unless they are 1 grammers or something.
I mean, a wonderful thing to do if you want to do some exploratory chemistry is take half a dose of mushrooms, and then after a couple of hours, smoke some pergamon harmala in a bong or a pipe. And the MAO inhibiting characteristic of the harmaline will immediately lift the curtain for about 15 minutes on a very spectacular series of very cool hallucinations. In other words, they're hallucinations where you can just sit and look thinking, my goodness, this is fascinating and compelling, rather than the other kind of hallucination where you're, you know. So we call this mushroom plus pergamon harmala combination vegetable television, because it's approximately
You probably
that
use a catchier name.
engaging, but very, very non-threatening and reassuring for beginners.
I had a very weird, in fact, you know, one of the high water weirdness events of my life was when I was young. I used to, I wanted the DMT flash to last longer, so I used to smoke it at the height of LSD trips. And Christmas vacation, this rooming house that I managed.
I feel like hearing that gave me a shiver in my soul. That sounds bad.
In Berkeley everybody had gone home for Christmas, I thought. And so I decided I would take some LSD and smoke DMT. And so I took the LSD and then I smoked the DMT. It was just nuts. I mean, it's nuts enough. But this was like turbocharged nuts. It went on and on and on. And finally, there was a woman who I rented a room to upstairs named Rosemary, who was supposed to be in Minnesota. And she was an actress and very projective and did everything with great flair. And she apparently came back early from Christmas vacation. So she hit the front steps running of this house and used her key to let herself into the front door and came right around to my door and started beating on my door. Well, I am by nature a very paranoid person. I mean, I can be up the Rio Yaguas Yasu in the middle of the Amazon basin, and if I'm out in the rainforest smoking a joint and a stick is broken anywhere near me, I immediately hide the dope and I'm very paranoid. So this woman lets herself in and comes and beats with her clenched fist on my bedroom door. Well, I underwent a coronary thrombosis or something. And I was in the elf space, and they were screeching and chattering and showing me all this stuff. And when she did this, I flew off the bed. I jumped, I 2 feet in the air and landed on my feet. And it was as though, and don't try this at home, folks. It was as though this sudden flash of adrenaline and this sudden movement that I made broke up the ordinary division between the trip and normality or something. Anyway, I pulled the trip with me into the room. I was now standing in the room, eyes open, but the elf creatures had come with me. And everything had just been jacked up to some immense level of intensity. Oh. And there were these rotating geometric things in the room, hanging in the air. And it was moving in this jerky motion. This thing was going click, 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 and it was faceted. And every time it would make this large metallic click, these plastic triangle-shaped, brightly colored chits or something, like little pieces of floor tile or something, would fly across the room. And each one of them had a letter on it in an alien language, sort of like Hebrew or Sanskrit.
That's that's pretty interesting. There was well, I'll let him finish and then I'll say what I was going to say.
And it was just, there were several of these machines, and these things were ricocheting off the walls, and I had an elf hanging off each hand, and I was turning her, and I was just saying, holy shit, and then she's still beating on the door, So I stagger over to the door, fling it back, and look at her and say something like, "Wait, dukwam, wapsi wadi kwam haptuputikshning." And then she realized at that point what my problem was and retreated. But I've never forgotten. It's the one time that they went literary on me, and not only did I see them, not only did I hear them, but they were printing on the air the message as well. Very curious.
So yeah, there's probably 15 years ago or something. I don't know. There was a research chem called 2CI, and it's had its cousins out since then, but 2CI was the one. I would affectionately just call it Doocy. Originally marketed to me as mescaline, but I was like, this is not what this is. So I asked the guy, I was like, I asked my buddy, can you ask your guy what this is really? Because that's not what this is. It was like a purple powder encapsulated. And it's called 2CI, and I looked it up. And that's the one thing that I think it's radically different than anything else. It's like if you had the best image of in your head of what LSD would be, it's like that. When he was talking about the tile, there's one experience I had with, and I had several of them, where there was almost like a flat UFO-y looking drone thing would move throughout the room in a sweeping arc. And as it went behind it, there was it wasn't a trail of it, but it was it left this weird banner. It was triangularly geometric, it had a lot of triangle imprints or like sections that were like pressed out, kind of hard to determine and even harder to focus on at any given point because it just kept going around. And as it did too, it was like somebody had a light in the middle of the room that would like pulse out color, but also moving clockwise in the color. It was like going through the color spectrum like a rainbow effect. And that was it was so interesting, so captivating that I think that I ignored people trying to talk to me, and I wasn't even really trying to figure anything out. It was just like completely in awe. Because unlike other kind of like morphic or like semi-translucent uh, visuals, this was so solid in the way that the light went. It flowed exactly the same as natural light, and I just was in awe. That's one of the really cool memories. Oh, I do also remember looking up 2CI and in the like reporting of it, uh like it was some kind of like I don't know if it was a study or what, but it was like a scientific style report that I read. This is way back then. I don't know if you can still find it or not. Which it said that one of the most interesting things about 2CI is that it was noted that the people observing the people uh, who had taken it also claimed to have bizarre effects, and it was noted this is particularly unusual because it was ingested. So there was no way for them to have any like contact with it. There's no reason that there would be like a contact effect or anything. Very, very strange. And I had people stop by one time when I had it, and I was almost certain, even asked other people around, like, they were acting weird, right? That's not just me. I'm not just like thinking it. They're like, no, no. Um, and that always stood out to me as like a really big, shocking thing when I read that. I was like, oh, wow. It was like a third party validation of that. It's a very interesting thing. I just think that I guess I sort of take for granted that it doesn't exist anymore. Um, but it's an RC. I feel like those just come and go. They have a very limited lifetime window.
Language has made us more than a group of pack-hunting monkeys. It's made us a group of pack-hunting monkeys with a dream.
Oh, there's actually a whole uh, wiki on it. Interesting. Let's see. Of 2012, it's a Schedule 1 substance. Wow. The chemical full name is 2,4-lono 2,5-dimethylzaphenyl. Oh, dimethylzaphenylethan 1-amine. So, wait, it's dimethoxyophentylamine. Okay. Interesting. I'd love to find out more about it. Oh, that's so funny. I didn't even see the chat. Wiki 2CI is a phenylamine of the 2C family with psychedelic properties. It's first synthesized by Alexander Shulgin, described in his 1991 book, Fecal. Is it Fecal? That's a unfortunate title if so. But yeah, I would say that even in regards to like DMT, nothing quite captures the wonder that has. Although I would say that I think of all the people I had known that had, I was uniquely positive towards it. Like never had a single bad experience. Other people had bad experiences, or not like always, but had some pretty unfun moments.
And the fallout.
There was a moment where I could have had a bad time, but I understood to leave that room, and it was all good.
From that dream has given us our glory and our shame, our weaponry, our technology, our art, our hopes, our fears. All of this arises out of our own ability to articulate and to communicate with each other. And I use this in the broadest sense. I mean, for me, the glory of the human animal is cognitive activity, song, dance, sculpture, poetry. All of these cognitive activities, when we participate in them, we cross out of the domain of animal organization and into the domain of a genuine relationship to the transcendent. So what I'm hopeful for, and what I actually see happening, I mean, I think that we're on the right track. The birth of a new kind of humanity is going to...
What it means, I have known and loved. Oh, okay, that's the anagram. Drug has been used recreationally as a psychedelic and other reported effects. It was sometimes confused with more potent chemical cousin 2,5-INBOME, nicknamed Smiles in the media. I don't think the thing that would be undesirable is that it's what does it say? More potent. It's just that it's different. It seemed like it was perfect how it was, although the potency seems irrelevant when you just take more.
Take place, but there are still a lot of decisions to be made. How violent shall this birth be? What toll shall it take upon our mother, the earth? What shape shall the baby be in when it finally is delivered? These are the decisions that artists can mediate and control. Most people are afraid of the unconscious. This is why you can have a psychedelic compound like DMT, which is very much like ordinary brain chemistry, appears completely physiologically harmless, only lasts 10 minutes, extremely powerful, and generally in this society you have no takers. This is because there has been a failure of moral courage, and the failure of moral courage is perhaps most evident in our own community, the community of the artists. In a way, it's the poets that have failed us because they have not provided a song or sung a vision that we could all move in concert to. So now we are in the absurd position of being able to do anything, and what we are doing is fouling our own nest and pushing ourselves toward planetary toxification and extinction. This is because the poets, the artists, have not articulated a moral vision. The moral vision must come from the unconscious. It doesn't have to do, I believe, with these post-meaning movements in art, deconstructionism, and this sort of thing. I mean, I'm basically putting out a very conservative, but I think exciting program for art. That art's task is to save the soul of mankind, and that anything less is a dithering while Rome burns. Because if the artists who are self-selected for being able to journey into the other, if the artist cannot find the way, then the way cannot be found. You only have to avail yourselves of these shamanic tools to rediscover a nature which is not mute, as Sartre said in a kind of culmination of the modern viewpoint. Nature is not mute. It is man who is deaf. And the way to open our ears, open our eyes, and reconnect with the intent of a living world is through the psychedelics. Each artist is an antenna to the transcendental other. And as we go with our own history into that thing and then create a unique confluence of our uniqueness and its uniqueness, we collectively create an arrow out of history, out of time, perhaps even out of matter, that will redeem then the idea that man is good. Redeem the idea that man is good. This is the promise of art, and its fulfillment is never more near than the present moment. And when you understand how the world really works, I'm beginning to get just a hint of it. It works through love and dream and intention to connect. Through love and dream and intention toward connection. And these are ultimately irrational.
I'll be right back. I'm all of a sudden pretty hungry again. I'm gonna go make up another burrito real quick. Be back in like 30 seconds. Oh, shoot, the light. I'm very fortunate that we keep, well, these burritos, I have all the ingredients all in one bowl. Doesn't take very long. All right, right back to it.
Value.
I'm just gonna disappear for
And
a
they
few
ultimately
while I eat.
must be irrationally embraced, because the momentum toward a rational conclusion is tremendous, but unfortunately completely fatal. And this is the invitation that the artist has always extended toward a radical break with the momentum of rationalism. It's simply that now, in this moment of tremendous crisis, when the artist is at last called upon to perform, and there must be no stitches dropped, because this dance is the dance of transformation of the planet itself. This is the moment of empowering. This is what all the shamanism of the past built toward, this final magical invocation. James Joyce said, man will be dirigible. That's simply a way of saying that we will find a way to make our dreams and the dreams of the planet and the life it carries one dream. And the way to do it is to reconnect up to the Gaian mind
I think that the failure of the artist that he talks about is more scarce now than it was then. I mean, there's a fair bit more. I think actually there's a good amount of um, references to DMT and things that people don't really realize. Even Adventure Time calls out the chemical by name, but like there's a fair bit more music now and poetry about these sorts of things.
Through the
But it
channels
took a
of
while.
communication that were always there, but that have not been really taken up since the late Neolithic. It's time for us to call home, and you know how to do it. It's just a matter of having the courage to do it, to act, and then to have that empowering act spread back through the psychology of the planet. I am very optimistic. I think we are awakening to a new day from a long, long night of the soul, but it must be done collectively, gently, lovingly, and with a complete faith that we are an infant held in the arms of nature, that nature wants this to happen, that we are not an aberration. We are granted peculiar, but we are not an aberration. We are a necessary oddness to the completion of the whole, and this is our glory, and this is why we've been graced with self-reflection. And we can redeem that tremendous empowerment by going forward in love and faith to save the world through art and the pursuit of meaning.
I wonder what people would suggest the evolutionary reason is that some plants and mushrooms have developed psychedelic properties. I can't think of a really good argument for this to be evolutionarily beneficial.
Thank you very, very much.
Is there anything that you do every day or every other, month that you just...
I spend as many hours a day as I possibly can smoking cannabis. This is a practice.
This is the secret of Mckenna's philosophy.
Thank you very much.
People,
this is a practice that I've adhered to since my 17th summer. I don't know if it's the proper place to tell it, but once I became concerned that I did too much smoking, and
Yeah, but that's not an evolutionary expression. This is a human cultivation expression. So why they would have developed that property to begin with is very interesting to me.
so I decided I would quit. First of all, I wanted to see if I could quit, and then I wanted to see how much of my interior life was actually riding on this ocean of cannabis ingestion. So it so happened that the conditions for the experiment were perfect because I was arriving on a small desert island in the Seychelles group in the Indian Ocean and had rented a house on this island in order to write a book. So I had this Mombassan bomber weed and a lid of it, and I just rolled it up and nailed it above my kitchen door.
A lid is a very old unit of measurement for weed. My understanding is that a lid was like 2 ounces ish.
And decided that I would not smoke until I had finished writing this book. And was relieved to learn that I had enough self-control that this was possible. I mean, I didn't sleep a wink for 8 nights, but
When I stopped smoking weed, I had a very hard time sleeping for like 2 weeks. It was rough.
did not resort to breaking my pledge. And
And I slowly realized it was all right. What it seemed to do was I spent a lot more time reading and had much more interesting dreams, and otherwise it didn't seem to
I dreamed every night, and they were extremely vivid.
be any big deal. And I wrote this book then, and it took me about 6 weeks, and I promised myself that when the book was finished, I would then allow myself to smoke up this lid of weed before I left this island. So finally I finished, and I was very diligent. I wrote
Man, I think after 6 weeks, if it was that good, he runs the risk of just like throwing up.
every day at 8 a.m. for till noon. I typed, and then I would take my dogs and explore this island. I had this very set regimen. And finally the book was finished, and I rolled these huge bombers and dragged my lawn chair out under the coconut palms and waited for the sunset to get really going, and then I just flared and consumed about 3 of these things in about 5 minutes. And I was just waiting for this sense of relief and accomplishment and clarity to sweep over me. And this thing began to happen. And I pushed it away, and then it came back, and I pushed it away. And finally I realized I had to look at what this was, that it was just becoming overwhelming. And then I looked at it, and what it was the incontrovertible, instantaneous, deep, unarguable realization that this book I had written was dog shit.
I knew it.
And I was just frozen just sitting in this chair, quaking with this realization. And up to a half an hour ago, I had this vision of myself returning triumphantly to Berkeley like Lenin entering Moscow with the tome raised high. Don't worry, brothers and sisters, it's all figured out. And I realized, that it was a catastrophe, an abortion, a monstrosity. So I just was, really set back. So then I just shrugged my shoulders and said, oh, okay, I will smoke day and night until I can try and save this thing, if it can be saved. And I did. I did smoke day and night, and I did struggle with this thing. And it was not possible to breathe life into that corpse. This book, I'll just tell you the title in order to convince you that this thing should have died a borning. It was called, I blush to tell you, it was called Crypto Rap, Meta-Electrical Speculations on Culture.
Oh, no.
Terrible, terrible. So I realized then, at that point, that I was a fool to try to navigate life without cannabis. This woman in black leather bondage underwear and fishnet stockings I came to, and after this huge wave hit, I came to, and she was standing over me with her legs apart.
I apologize. I thought I was done. I always floss right after I eat, so I would just keep the camera up for a couple more minutes.
And she put her face right down next to mine and said, "Is it strong enough for you, asshole?" That was a moment of major manifestation.
From the time that there is an awareness of the existence of the soul, we'll say circa 50,000 BP, until the resolution of the apocalyptic potential, there's something like 50,000 years, which in biological time is only a moment, but it is the entire span of history times 5. In that period, everything hangs in the balance, because it is a mad rush from monkeydom to starshiphood.
And in the leap across those 25,000 years, energies are released, religions are shot off like sparks, philosophies evolve and die, science arises, magic arises, all of these things which control power with greater and lesser degrees of ethical constancy appear. There is the possibility, as in the metaphor of dying, there is the possibility of mucking it up, of aborting the species transformation into a hyperspatial intellecty. We are now, there can be no doubt that we are now in the final seconds of that crisis, a crisis which involves the end of history, the departure from the planet, the triumph over death, and the release of the individual from matter. We are, in fact, closing distance with the most profound event a planetary ecology can encounter, which is the freeing of life from the dark chrysalis of matter. The old metaphor of psyche as the butterfly is a species-wide metaphor. We must undergo a metamorphosis in order to survive the momentum of the historical forces already in motion. Well, if you know anything about evolutionary biology, you know that man is considered to be an unevolving species. In other words, sometime in the last 100,000 years, with the invention of culture, the biological evolution of man ceased, and evolution became a cultural phenomenon. Tools, languages, and philosophies began to evolve, but the human somatype began to remain the same. And so we are very much like people a long time ago. But technology is the real skin of our species. Man, correctly seen in the context of the last 500 years, is an extruder of a technological shell. We take in matter that has a low degree of organization, we put it through mental filters, and we extrude Lindisfarne Gospels, space shuttles, all of these things. This is what we do. We're like coral animals embedded in a technological reef of extruded psychic objects. In other words, the body must become an interiorized hologrammatic object embedded in a solid-state hyperdimensional matrix which is eternal, so that man wanders through Elysium in his body, experiencing all the pleasures of the flesh, but not realizing that he is a holographic projection of a solid-state matrix that is micro-miniaturized, superconducting, and nowhere to be found. It is part of the plenum. And all history is about producing prototypes of this situation with greater and greater closure toward the ideal, so that airplanes, automobiles, condominiums, space shuttles, space colonies, starships of the hardware, speed of light, spin dizzy drive type, all of these are, as Merceliade says, self-transforming images of flight that speak volumes about man's aspiration to self-transcendence, so that we are, our wish, our salvation, and our only hope, basically, is to end the historical crisis by...
He has a way of speaking and probably a way of thinking that ends up being very poetic. I don't know. He speaks of poetry enough to assume it to be intentional, but I don't know if it's always intentional. That I always, it's like throughout the last 2 hours and 46 minutes of this, I feel like everything he's said is said with a level of deliberateness that is rarely found in almost anybody that I talk to.
Becoming...
I think that's valuable in and of itself.
The alien. By ending alienation, by recognizing the alien as the self, in fact. And all these other images, the starship, the space colony, all that, these are precursors. Again, the idea that history is the shockwave of eschatology. As you close distance with the eschatological object, the reflection...
Yeah, his pacing. Alk, I think that's an important part of it that makes it come off so poetic. I also appreciate that he's not afraid to pause to come up with the right words. I sometimes get really caught up on not having the right words, but I find it to be so important. So even at my most impatient, I always allow people the grace to choose their words that are going to properly express what they're trying to communicate. Yeah, he speaks in amazement of the things that he's speaking about, rather than just seeks to amaze you.
Reflections it is throwing off become more and more true to the thing itself. And in the final moment, God stands revealed. There are no more reflections of the mystery. The mystery in all its nakedness then is seen, and nothing else exists.
Is it We Plants Are Happy Plants? They did a very good job with the visuals. The transcendental object at the end of time. Is that the name of this? Yeah. The music and the visuals are really, they really invoke memories of psychedelic experience.
The emergence of organic life from what preceded it is as dramatic a miracle as anyone could imagine. The emergence of language from mute bestiality, which is only 100,000 years in the past, is as dramatic a miracle as anyone could imagine. The emergence of a planet instantaneously unified by electricity and media is, and this is only 50, 60 years in our past, it's still going on, is as dramatic a miracle as anyone could imagine. It's absolutely irrational to not be filled with the fire of consuming hope. You just have to overcome the leveling that we inherit from these empty existential scientific ideas. And when we do that and lift our eyes to the real living, spiritually empowered reality that exists in nature, in society, in our lover, in ourselves, then you see that the peacock's tail, the cauda pavones, is a transcendental object at the end of time, an enormous, unspeakable something that beckons across the historical landscape, that casts an enormous shadow that reaches clear back to the earliest moments of the universe, that we have always been in the grip of that iridescent, strange attractor. It has propelled our poetry, our art, our best moments have always been when the tiny spark of that alchemical completion burned for a moment in our mind, in our life, in our perception. And we occupy a special position in regard to this. Millions, thousands of generations of human beings have come and gone and could only glimpse this in the ecstasy of eroticism and psychedelic empowerment and ritual magic. But we are the last people. Beyond us lies the mystery. If we have but the courage to move forward.
It's interesting, this idea that more and more novelty has been happening quicker and quicker, which points to something.
Into that abyss.
Yeah, when he said that at first, I was kind of like, seems like nonsense, but then he made the DMT whirring sound, and it was like got snapped out of my thoughts, and I was like, okay, I'm with you.
To believe that nature will reward the dream.
I think that I mean it's really impressive how quickly I then accepted what he said, because there's something so profound about the experience associated with that sound that no claim could ever be too big um, about it. No claim could ever be too extravagant. It's easy to accept any idea associated with it.
It cannot wander much longer. All of the preconditions have been met, and the peacock's tail grows daily whiter and more radiant and more brilliant as we sense now, breaking into our dreams, breaking into our waking lives, the presence of this attractor. It has always given people meaning, but we are the privileged inheritors of that meaning, and we have then the privilege of putting it all together in one piece and standing ready at the end of history to go into the mystery and be completed.
Uh, Yesterday's stream did get flagged for the music, but it didn't get. It just got demonetized. That's it. And I'm fine with that.
It is upon us. Every Messiah, every religious ontology, every manager of every booth at this exhibit is reflecting a distorted scintilla of the spiritual reality of the transcendental object at the end of time. Every one of us is a particularized and distorted image of this transcendental object into which we are being dissolved, into which global culture is being dissolved. So, well, so what? So we can cut into this cycle at any point. We can become aware of it, we can become part of it, we can deny it. There is no loss in the circuit. There is no blame. Becoming, then, what psychedelic means is it means claiming this dimension as your own. You know, Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. That moving image of eternity can be beheld in the silent darkness of the mind on 5 grams of psilocybin. And if you think the universe is mundane, if you think there are no more frontiers to cross, no more adventures to be had, I'm telling you, you can turn your living room into the bridge of Magellan's ship on a long Saturday evening with 5 grams of psilocybin in silent darkness. We are living in the most empowering age in human history, because all of the energy of the ancestors, not only the human ancestors, but our animal, our primate ancestors, all of that energy pours into, is focused into this moment. We are the transition generation. We have 1 foot in matter and 1 foot in hyperspace. And we can redeem the trust of thousands of years. All of the horror of history can be redeemed if we don't drop the ball. Every pogrom, every instance of racial, sexual, or minority persecution can be redeemed if we give the human adventure meaning. And we give it meaning by discovering the totality within ourselves and then exemplifying it for each other. And this dissolves boundaries, empowers the weak, enlightens the strong, and brings hope to all. And it can only be done if we accept the gifts which nature has offered us. Thank you very, very much.
The last thought I want to leave you with, which is a sort of a coincidentia oppositorum thought, because it will bum some and exalt others, is the one thing that I've learned from psychedelics that seems secure over all the decades and the, embracing one idea, one ideology after another. The one thing that seems secure is a truth that is hard to hear in the context of a dominator culture with an obsession with the material world. And that truth is that nothing lasts. Nothing lasts. Your enemies will fade, your friends will fade, your fortune, your poverty, your disappointments, your dreams, everything is in the process of changing into something else. So your agony is about to be assuaged. On the other hand, your happiness is about to be destroyed. So the obligation that comes out of this realization is an obligation to the immediate moment, to this thing that I've been calling the felt moment of immediate experience. It isn't who you were or what you were or who you will be or what you will be. It's the felt moment of immediate experience. And this has been robbed from us by media and by our tendency to denigrate ourselves, to see the world in terms of the great ones, not here, whoever they are, Aristotle, Madonna, Jesus, whatever your particular bent is. The overcoming of neurosis, of unhappiness, of toxic lifestyles is the felt presence of immediate experience in the body, in the moment. And, psychedelics, sexuality, gastronomy, sport, dance, these are the things which put you in the felt presence of the moment. And that's really all you ever possess. Your memories are eroding away. The futures you anticipate will mostly not come to pass. And the real richness is in the moment. And it's not necessarily some kind of be here now, feel good thing, because it doesn't always feel good, but it always feels. It is a domain of feeling. It's primary. Language is not primary. Ideology is not primary. The propagation of future and past vectors is not primary. What's primary is the felt presence of experience, and that is the source of love, and that is the source of community. If someone had never taken psychedelics and had no interest in it, and had come here because they thought this was the Traegering group, I think they would be truly alarmed and disturbed by what they hear, because we appear to be mad people, because we appear to be fully engaged with an unseen, invisible world, and we're calling it the cause of history, the purpose for the future, and the basis for everything going on between us. But nobody said life was simple, because every single person who does this is seeing things no human eye has ever fallen upon, and it is a realm of ideas, and we do each bring back different souvenirs from that place. We are all equally qualified. We don't know who will spot the whale, but everyone should have their eye peeled, because that's what we're doing. We're searching for an encounter with Leviathan. Nature as God, that was the informing vision of Moby Dick, and it's a good one to carry as a metaphor into the psychedelic experience. There again was a perfect example of the male ego unable to release into the matrix of nature until it literally dragged them into the depths.
Through the building of community, through the music and the dissolution of boundaries, through the use of these psychedelics, the shaman are showing how you create an archaic style culture after 5,000 years of human history. Because we can't abandon technology. We have 6 billion people on this planet. But the shaman and the rave culture are showing us how we can take what was best in the society of 25,000 years ago and bring it into the center of our lives and live it again and create a community of caring, intelligent people who've got their heart connected to their head and their heart connected to their feet, so that through dance, feeling, philosophy, sexuality, art, we manifest the creativity that is going to be necessary for us to save ourselves. This is the key, you see. If the expansion of consciousness does not play a major role in the human future, what kind of future is it going to be? My goals are very modest. I'm very pleased that it chose to confide so concrete an idea in me. But if it had never chosen to do that, I still would die a happy man with the unspeakable experiences of beauty that it has shared with me. Because my psychedelic trips these days are not about the time wave. The time wave is pretty much a done deal. So I think it's like everything else in life. Intent is everything, and impeccability means in that domain, do not seek to use. Do not seek to use. It's a religious mystery, and that doesn't mean it's an unsolved problem. It means a mystery, and life is only worth living as long as the mysteries continue to inform, transform, and inspire us. And the last thing I want to say, and then I'll leave you, is the truth can take care of itself. You don't have to approach the truth with eyes lowered and gaze averted on bended knee. That's how you approach bullshit. But the truth is so powerful that you can kick the tires, turn over the engine, check the odometer, and nobody is offended. Truth is real. It can stand the test. And that's why, I went all over the world looking at various spiritual traditions. I don't feel it's putting them down to say that they were ineffective, because they were all great aspirations. But the only real open doorway that I ever found were the plants. This works. In other spiritual disciplines, everybody wants to go faster. They want the Roshi to give them further empowerments. They want further information, postures, secret teachings, so forth and so on. Once you reach the psychedelic experience, the accelerator is far less interesting than the location of the brakes. That's what we're looking for. We're not trying to push. We all know how to push this so fast we can't stand it. We need a feeling of unity. Feeling is primary.
So it doesn't come out of intellectual exhortation. It comes out of a personal act of courage made by the individual, an act of courage which involves surrender. Surrender is the opposite side of the coin of ego. The central issue of our times is our inability to surrender to what we know is right. We have the ability to feed the hungry. We have the ability to educate our children, to clean up our environment, to eliminate sexism, to eliminate racism. The question is, can we change our minds fast enough? Not can we change our minds, but can we change them fast enough?
A return to archaism with the lessons learned in history. That's where we were happy. The fall was a fall into a veil of tears, into a world of limitation and pain and suffering and infectious disease and so forth and so on. It's a prodigal journey into a lower dimension that can now be ended by a collective cultural decision to commit to this Taoist, shamanistic, feminized, cybernetic, caring, aware, present kind of being. I mean, it's nothing more than what each of us is in our very best moments. But we have to extend those very best moments to fill whole lifetimes.
Oh. Wait, then what's all this? Why does it say the end?
That's interesting. The age thing. That's great. Old man Mckenna. It must be approaching 2012 now.
This is somehow the inversion of Mr. Grill. Yeah. I'm gonna think about that, and I don't disagree, but I want to be able to word it. Mr. Grill rejects everything that is not obvious or tangible. And I think the things that Terence McKenna's talked about is almost a rejection of things purely based on them being obvious or tangible. He doesn't need you to understand him or agree. He just wants to say it.
Really, I think that the spirit of childlike, untrammeled curiosity is what we're striving for. Not the anal retentive, rational person, not the I'll go for anything channeling flake, but an attitude of we don't have to look far for miracles.
Yeah, there's only a few editing choices that I thought were, not gonna say bad, but they were off-putting. Like where they would clip to him speaking just a couple of words and then going away. I didn't fully understand those.
Because they're all around
But
us.
really well
Everything
done.
is astonishing.
I really like that right there. The like the transparent images that would come on the screen a lot, so they can show a lot at the same time. Very cool choice.
On its surface is alive with mystery. We are not going away. We are not slack-jawed, dazed, glazed, unemployable, psychotic creeps. We are pillars of society. You can't run your computers, your fashion houses, your publishing houses, your damn magazines. You can't do anything in culture without psychedelic people in key positions. And this is the great unspoken truth of American creativity.
I've heard from a guy who used to work for Apple that Apple and Google would suggest to their higher level engineers that if they were stuck on a problem, that they should take like the weekend off and take mushrooms or something like that to try to get through what they're stuck on.
And so I think it's time basically to come out of the closet and just say, you know, I'm stoned and I'm proud. So if that's a problem for you, you got a problem, fella. What bothers me about all these new drugs is that they are escapes from the obligation to do strong drugs. I think that the great popularity of cocaine is because nobody ever disgraced themselves on it, you know? Nobody ever started babbling about how much they regretted what a jackass they were. And that's what these psychedelics do. They make you get down and grovel in the dirt. God, I had this trip in Hawaii that was just horrible, you know, where it was saying, you know, you think you're such hot stuff, you won't even get off your ass and go shit in the field. You know, I want to see you grovel, man. You sit up in front of all these people and pontificate on how it's all put together. Face me now in the darkness and tell me how it's all put together. I just hate it, you know. It puts me through the ringer. But nothing else is really useful.
Oh, epilogue. Okay. I was wondering why there's so much left.
Can I ask you a personal question?
You can ask me anything you'd like, Terence.
It's not a personal question to you, it's a personal question from me. How do you like having the projection of special identity constantly laid on you?
It's a sadhana. It's my practice.
That's a good answer. Although you didn't say how you liked it.
Yeah. I thought of that too.
I like it to the capacity I have to transpose it. If I can't, I mean, sometimes these are going very fast, and to just keep it transposed, then I love it. I love it. It's like a fire. If the minute I start to lose it, it's a fucking drag. It really is. Because, I mean, you know, I was in a situation in Miami where all these women with blue eyes and coiffured hair were grabbing at the buttons of my jacket. And I thought, oh, I don't want this. Whatever this life is, I don't want to be part of this. I mean, this is, they eat your flesh, finally.
Sure.
But I realize at any time, I can walk away from it. And it's my, you know, I'm a free agent.
So do you never get in a situation where you say, gee, I'd like to do X, but Ram Dass would never do that?
My stock and trade, or my coinage, is in sharing just those predicaments publicly. See, I've turned it into, right?
You've managed to, but public confession is the subtlest form of wastrelry.
Of what? Yes.
I do it myself. Say, I'm not a good guy. Don't follow me. I'm a bad guy. Then I leave the stage and say, now I can really be a bad guy.
Come up and see my holy pictures. That's one of my lines in my lecture. I'll tell you,
Yes.
I only see the stuff that would disturb.
It seems to me that the two people that are speaking, though, seem to find the structure of identity for themselves as if not temporary, then malleable. And it seems like Mr. Grill thinks that it's like a just prison. That even when you hate it there, that's where you belong.
Serve me is inside myself. It has nothing to do with out there. Out there is just being what it is, and I'm responding with my own stuff. And if my stuff is my enemy, it's going to get too much for me. And if it isn't, depends on how much I can consume it, joyfully participate in it, passionately, all of it.
Well, you've sort of achieved a unique synthesis. I mean, you're almost a secular holy man, because I don't care much about what you believe or who you light candles to. Basically, I think I heard you describe yourself once as a kind man. And you've gotten incredible mileage out of that, because there are so few.
Far out.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is...
Well, when you talked about coming back into the boundarylessness, to me, that's the whole quality of compassion, has that boundarylessness to it. It's that your suffering's my suffering, and your joy's my suffering, and you are me, and here we are. And if you hurt, I'm responding to your hurt, not because I'm a good guy and you're needful, just because this is suffering, and this is the response to suffering. And we're both part of the same thing. And that's the way I like to play it from. That's, to me, it's like riding a wave. It's the joy of just being part of the force of compassion in the universe.
I like that a lot.
See, my mantra is the Gandhi line, my life is my message.
Yes, you said...
The only thing that I wish this documentary did, which would be also fairly unfortunate if they did it, is that I wish that they gave me a little bit of a gap in between some of these bigger ideas that they lay out so that I can process them. Like, I would have appreciated like a 20-second pause after that.
The other night, that's very good. I think I'm at a little lower level, because I'm very aware that I have to struggle to have to say my life is my message. I would almost rather say, my message is my message. Please don't look at my life, because I'm a fallible human being and I'm constantly fucking up.
But you see how that weakens your message? You see how that quality means that the message doesn't come from the root, the central.
It makes sense. I'm gonna try to see if my wife would want to watch this, but probably after a week or two. That way all the thoughts have time to simmer, and I can gain something by rewatching it.
There's a way in which it waffles. True. And that's the thing. I really can't. Once I saw the possibility of that, I said, why waffle? What is worth holding on to that's worth waffling about?
Well, I once said to Leo Zeff, I'm sure you knew Leo, I said to him in a meeting, I said, Leo, you're finished, you're completed, you're baked. Me, I'm half-baked. And I hope that the rest of my life will finish the baking process.
You're not half-baked. That's what's interesting. I mean, when you and I talk, you and I hear each other perfectly.
Truth.
And so where are we hearing each other from? I mean, then we each play our game the way we play our game, you know, and you can play your game saying I'm half-baked. That's your strategy if you choose.
It's a mercurial strategy.
Yes, I understand that it's such a...
Here's to Mercurius. You have somehow been able to survive the gauntlet of American media in a way that your colleagues and comrade in arms didn't seem to. They either had to step away from their leader role or they transmuted it into some lesser thing. So now Allen Ginsberg is poet laureate, Tim Leary is, keeps the club scene in Los Angeles interesting. Yes. But you, in a sense, never backed down, never retooled. You were also not first among equals back in the original thing. But when all is said and done,
I was always the second. It's like birds. If you stay just behind the lead bird, you don't have to do much. You know, you're just kind of riding along on the.
Well, and Ralph tells me to be third is the real good position. It's like being the young prince. You won't ever be king.
It was only until about 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, they've stopped introducing me as Tim Leary's partner. You know? And which, I mean, I think that was great. I see him as one of my, first teachers, great teachers. And, but I don't have the fun for me. Terence says, I have no model of myself. I mean, I don't know who I am. I don't know whether I'm an anachronism from the 60s or I'm just about to happen.
A prophet to be.
Yes, I have no idea, and I don't care. That's what I saw, because either of them, all the things you get in either way are a drag, and they're beautiful, equally.
No, well, I think you're a prophet to be. I think we all are. That,
we all are, yes.
As Bilbo Baggins once said, the greatest adventure still lies ahead. I believe that. I'll believe that when they lower my box.
I do too. Exactly.
Wait, which documentary?
Well, thanks for coming by. I'm sure you had many, many demands on you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Good.
I was afraid of you up until now. Now I'm delighted to meet you.
Don't be afraid of me. The people who are afraid of me don't know me, or they know me better than you ever will. But then there's another thing which I do, which I'm a little more nervous and touchy about, which is I tell you what I think. And it's just what I think.
Oh, okay.
It has exactly that much weight behind it, which is like zip. I mean, you don't have to believe this. Why should you? But based on 25 years of fiddling with this stuff and then doing a lot of reading and head scratching, I've come to the conclusion that there is a transcendental object ahead of us in time. You can call it God, you can call it Jesus, you can call it her, you can call it flying saucers from Zeta Reticuli, or the Pleiades. I want to get all factions here. Or Zenebel Ganubi, my favorite stellar origin point. But whatever you call it, it's an attractor. It lies ahead of us in the future, and all of human history is being channeled toward it, pulled toward it. And I see the entire history of the universe as the history of a journey across a landscape of energy and matter toward union with this transcendental object.
A long time suffered with migraines in mid-1999. Mckenna returned to his home on the Big Island of Hawaii after a long lecturing tour. He began to suffer from increasingly painful headaches. This culminated in 3 brain seizures in one night. Jesus. Upon his emergency trip to the hospital on Oahu, I think Oahu maybe, Terence was diagnosed with Glioblastoma multiforme, a highly aggressive form of brain cancer. Oh no. For the next several months, he underwent various treatments, including the experimental gamma knife radiation treatment.
I said to them, I said, you know, if you want to guilt trip me, I have a history of psychedelic and recreational drugs, and they just waved it away as preposterous. Said, no, this comes out of your genetics. This comes out of the environment. This is not about smoking dope in the evening.
His deep-seated longing to escape time and history is one he shared with millions. We all confront our own singularity at the end of time, the end of our own personal history. This is only... Is Shatton that we can realistically look forward to? The only...
Well, that just tore another question right out of my hands. And so you asked it yourself.
Oh, of course, because I knew that anybody hearing this news about me
was going to say, remember all the drugs he took?
Right. Yeah. See what happened to that guy? Here's a bad example. These scientific doctors don't hold out much hope. I mean, I think they're trained to look you right in the eye, and they do, and they say 6 to 9 months, no escape.
And so that's what they're telling you now?
That's what they're telling me now, yeah. I think what we're really talking about here, Art, is the power of love.
That's right.
And once they pull the rug out from under you and give you a death sentence, suddenly the lights come on and you realize that love is what it's all about. And love is what keeps people going. It cures diseases. It brings children into the world. It makes people able to die with dignity.
What do you believe about us? You know, I meant to ask you that. When I say about us, you know, we are biological, complex organisms, and the big kahuna question is whether we are more than just that, whether at death there is not an ending, but something else, a new beginning, or something, a continuation of some sort. Obviously, in your situation, you would have been reflecting on this.
Well, I think nature doesn't build patterns as complex as ourselves simply to throw them away at the edge of the grave. I really think that what a lifetime of psychedelic journeying has taught me is consciousness can exist outside of the body. And if it can exist for an hour or 6 hours, then why would nature throw the beauty of that away? So this has been an emotional turmoil for me, but at my best moments I say, foreknowledge of your own death, if that's what this is a kind of enlightenment. And I see my own life and how I gave energy to certain things, not to other things. It's a revelation. I could have treated people better. I could have been more compassionate, more kind, more open to people. You and I have had many a conversation where I was knocking various ideas or systems which I felt were flaky, and maybe I still feel they're flaky, but what I now see behind all that was the intent and the compassion, the desire to make life, whatever it is, an easier journey to whatever it sweeps us toward.
When you review your life, Terence, it's been a pretty good one mostly, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a fantastic life. I mean, I've been many times around the world. I've written books. I know everybody. I've eaten in the best restaurants. I am surprised, Art, at how, I wouldn't say this is easy to take, but if somebody had described this happening to me, I would have assumed that I would just panic and fling my mind away, and instead there's been a wonderful consolidation and appreciation, and I'm ready for whatever comes down the pike. This has been a long, strange trip, and I want to live, but if that's not in the cards, I want to do a good job with the time left to me and learn from this experience. So I'll try to be at Palenque in February, whenever it is. I'll try to be around and about. If I'm not, then you know I'm behind your eyelids. So I'll meet you there.
Hmm. It is hard to accept the grace in which he accepts the disease. I'll say that. I don't know if it's because of my own bitterness towards misfortune or not, but when he says that, I wonder if that's if he's speaking from a bit of hopefulness or not. But I have no reason to doubt him either. Maybe it's just cynicism.
As long as we have civilization, we will have psychochemistry from here on out. So it's up to us to manage that. One way of managing it, I think, is to exhibit enough sense to come in out of the rain. So why don't we? Doesn't that seem like a reasonable high consciousness move at this point? I think this is impossible, Schwan.
That's funny. Yeah, look behind your eyelids. I think that's a
what
good,
we're talking about. And
good way to put it.
I used to sort of shy away from the word magic, but more and more I've come to like it because it makes the right people so uptight. And so just talk about magic plants. Who's going to bust you for magic plants? You say, you mean drugs? No, just magic plants. Say, oh, I see. Well, you're an airhead, so... So what I'm talking about this morning is my hope that the awareness of psychedelics as a personal force in each of your lives, I don't think I have to talk to you about that. You're self-selected for being here, and you know that. What I want to talk about is how important it is to re-understand our history, to re-understand that this is us. We didn't get to this place by ourselves. What distinguishes us from the other primates is that we formed a symbiotic relationship with a mystery. And the mystery is an intelligence on this planet. We can't say how long, at least as long as we have been here, may have come from the stars, could be an extraterrestrial intellect, could be the dark recesses of our own mind that we have evolved so far from that we cannot recognize. But we might as well treat it like an extraterrestrial, because no extraterrestrial that we are going to meet is going to be as alien as this thing that we have found in ourselves. The aliens of Hollywood who come in metallic ships with an interest in our atomic power plants or our redwood trees or whatever are just like the guy living next door compared to the entities that we find in our own mind. So it doesn't do any good to psychologize the alien and say, as Jung attempted to say, well, it's the autonomous other. Autonomous psychic components in the human mind present themselves as elves, fairies, sprites, and aliens. Once you've met an elf, a sprite, a fairy, or an alien, you realize that waving the wand that says this is a component of your own psyche is just ludicrous. It's as ludicrous as me waving a wand at you and announcing that that's gotten rid of your existential validity because you're a part of my own psyche. You know, it's madness when applied to another person, and I think it's equally appropriate when applied to these entities.
Yeah, I think I reject that. There's a particular experience that I sought out a lot when I was in my early 20s, which was to stay awake for many days to where you would begin to hallucinate. And it always struck me as, like, to the point where if you looked at a picture or a poster, it would suddenly shift and then animate. It, like, basically become a GIF of itself. Or occasionally you'd be looking and, like, an object on the table that for some reason you just couldn't see would, like, flash and just, like, be there. And it was always there, you just couldn't see it prior. Things usually became, like, further extensions of themselves. Like, one time I spilled tobacco on the floor, and every little piece of tobacco was like a golden ant with, like, extremely long legs reaching up. And I always thought that, at least then, in those moments, I never thought that I was seeing things that weren't there, but that due to being awake for so long that I had less filters and I was maybe seeing things a little bit more accurately. There's a lot of process that go through to limit and narrow our comprehension of stimuli that we take in. We actually have, like, a lot of active filters on our senses, so that way we can navigate the world and survive. I have no idea or even how to approach the idea of, like, what I thought then was accurate, but that was always the sense I had at the time.
Contacted in the trance. To do that, to try to reduce it, to say, well, it's just one part of my head talking to another, is to fall into this paternalistic scientific desire to have it all be very neat. How would it be if it's not neat at all? How would it be if nobody really knows what's going on? How would it be if understanding what reality is actually depended for you upon you? And that book by Fritjof Capra that you paid $18.95 for isn't going to do it. And neither is sitting at the feet of some guru. That it's serious business, and the first thing to understand is that nobody knows. That you're not looking for a teacher. It hasn't been found out. It's not sitting on the shelf of some library. It is being figured out now. And your job is to die with the state-of-the-art understanding having emerged into your mind 5 minutes before you got there. And then, you know, that will carry you through. We need to awaken to the adventure and the richness and the openness of the game. The rules have not yet been forged. We will forge the rules ourselves, each for ourselves and each for the rest of us, by working forward through this thing. I think we're at the very beginnings of grappling and dealing with the psychedelic era. We are like people talking about evolution in 1855. a few of us have read Darwin's paper. Nobody's sure exactly what it means. It's a strong intuition of something. The species thing is a problem. Nobody's quite sure. There's a new model of life and culture ahead of us, and it comes out of exploring with each other the places we have been by ourselves, the places that we have gone and been taken by the Spirit.
Okay. Oh.
Take it easy, dude, but take it.
Looks like there's very little next. Oh, there's music. Okay, I won't fast forward then.
And it's the heart of it that is so hard to talk about. I mean, I skim the ideas off the depth of a sea of heart whose boundaries cannot be taken, because that's my style. But the unsaid part, the dizziness of the things unsaid. Remember the poem by Trumbull Stickney? I lean over your meaning's edge, and I feel the dizziness of the things you have not said. And the dizziness of the things unsaid, for us fans of dizziness, is ecstasy, the vertigo. Weren't we first spun in the schoolyard? Wasn't that your first altered state of consciousness? To be spun and spun until you fall down and watch the world move around? It's the dizziness of the things unsaid. That's a real problem for me. I'm a sayer. But it's worth invoking it, if only to let it resonate in the silence.
Jesus. Man, that's I feel like my brain just went weightlifting after that. There's a lot to take in. Yeah, the weakness of a piece like this is, like I said, there was a lot to say, and to give time to process some of the bigger ideas in that documentary, it would have been at least an hour longer. I wish I had given more meaningful commentary during it, but it felt both inappropriate to interrupt where Terence was talking, and then it felt difficult to speak on things that I had not yet fully processed in the at least in any way that would have been meaningful to the idea that he just expressed. I feel like most of these things you really have to let it become the background noise of your thoughts until it sort of finds its place where it's going to be more connected to your understanding. Like I said earlier, I want to watch this again with my wife after my thoughts about it have had time to simmer. Speaking can't say it. He wants to point us to do it, not think it, but he's very good at pointing. Well, sure, but it was a really fun journey to watch this. But I also feel like when I'm doing this, I have a job to do something, and it was very difficult to do that job. Hey, food shops! Thank you for the raid. Reminded you of Sam Harris. Just caught the last 5 minutes though. If Sam Harris was no, you know what? I don't reject that at all. He does have a quality of thoughtful intellectual about him. This is pretty clear to me. Oh, thank you, Elk, for recommending it. That was really good. Um, I do prefer in the future if they're a little bit shorter, maybe do like 2 hours, so I can try to knock it out in a single stream. But don't let that. Wow, holy crap! There's a bunch of you here. Again, thank you, Food Shops, for the raid. I really do appreciate it, genuinely. Um, but if it's of this caliber, hey, thank you, Content Sniffer. Uh, if you do have something that is of this caliber, I would say yeah. Um, throw it over to me, even if it is this long. I can always do it in 2 streams like I did this one. It was very good. For those of us who just got here, we just finished watching The Transcendental Object at the End of Time as a 2-part stream because there's a 3.5 hour long documentary, a little over than that, by recommended to me by my moderator Alkenstein, who's in chat. And it seemed like the documentarian tried to take the most meaningful messages that Terence McKenna, which I would say, I think I would call him a philosopher and a student of psychedelics and maybe a poet, um, and sort of just put it into this 3 hour and 35 minute documentary. But also had really good music, really good like stylistic editorial choices throughout the whole thing. It was a very good movie. It was just very hard for me to comment during. I basically would just have to pause it and rant about something that the documentary sparked in my mind because it's very hard to comment on some of the really large ideas in it. But if you've ever dabbled in psychedelics or thought about it or considered a more than face value assumption about them, I think it's a very good documentary to watch. Probably wouldn't be that different than watching here. I did, of course, get the permission of the creator from it to watch that, and it was really, really good. Also, Food Shops, I don't know if you're here, but I'm gonna DM you in a little bit to set up talking to you because I really do need to get caught up on what's going on here. Um, just trying to gather my thoughts. It was a very heavy, heavy movie or documentary, whatever you want to call it. Jesus. I guess people from Food Shops, raid. Anybody tell me what's the craziest thing that happened in the last 2 weeks in Twitch poll since I've been like completely out of it? Moving and all that. Ben Thorpe getting arrested doesn't count. I do know about that. Let's see here. Oh. Mine and Tuna's call. Can you elaborate? What did we talk about? I have no idea. Tuna and I talk all the time. We're like friends in real life too. Like we've met each other IRL. Sometimes it's fun. I show people I have a picture of Tuna sleeping and like holding my old dog like this while he was sleeping. It's good. Ben Thorpe's kind of overhyped. Yeah, I mean the kick was I understand why he got arrested for it, but I think the importance of it is the fact that he actually did get arrested. I think that's what makes it like more or less like worth talking about. Pardon me. Let's see what I got. What's the last thing that we covered? Oh no. Did I never finish the Mr. Girl and Erudite and Destiny conversation? No, that can't be true, right? I was just looking at my history. No, that can't be accurate. But I know we're pretty close to the end of all that. Lollipop. Oh, yeah, the one that I just yeah. So interestingly, if you got to the end where I talked to Ice Beans, we did end up having that watch party of Mr. Girl's conversation with Dr. Cantor. Jesus. Um, and I was quite confident, but yeah, Dr. Cantor did confirm that there is absolutely no correlation to somebody abusing children if they watch Lolly. None. And in light of any like serious studies being done on the subject, um, I'm gonna have to go with the world's leading expert on the subject. So I just, if anything, I stand even more confident uh, on my position about that. Which isn't to say that, like, just to be clear, I don't, I don't endorse anybody watching anything. Uh, like you can watch whatever you want. I don't really care as long as it's not like actual like CP or snuff or nothing. I don't give a shit what people watch. It's just kind of insane for me to be really invested in something that somebody watches for those purposes that ultimately has no bearing on literally anything. That kind of wild to me. Um, we might have actually never finished that. That would be really insane to me. Also, if you didn't watch it, Tuna did a um episode of his new podcast uh with Mr. Girl as the guest, and it was really good. I thought it was phenomenal. Um, that's right. I did have quite a bit of time off leading up to the move. I'm just going through my history to see what the last little bit. I think we were doing the Brittany Simon Destiny uh conversation. Oh, also, it didn't end up working. But I tried to make I'm gonna revisit it to try to fix it. But I tried to have my dono sounds be a clip from my last talk with Food Shops because she said something really funny, and it's probably one of the funniest things anybody's said. Out of context, of course, when I streamed with them. But I'm eventually, in like the next couple of days, I really want to make sure I get it on there because it cracks me up. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. Play the clip. All right, 1 minute. I'll play the clip. I don't even think I have it in my clips. Let me check your clips. No, I don't, but I know where it's at. I know where to find it. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen too. Wait, what? There we go.
I take the shit out of the toilet and I eat.
I don't know why it gets cut off right there, but the original clip that I had also said, and I eat it. I just thought it was so funny. Because out of context, it's a wild thing. It made perfect sense in context. Base the food shop's content train never stops. It was so good. My wife got mad at me the one day because I played it like 6 or 7 times because it's just cracking me up, and she's like, "All right, that's enough." And I was just like, maybe like 4 or 5 more times. I'm really enjoying this. Uh, Yeah, I thought about going offline after that was over with, but I knew I wasn't getting any sleep last night after I went off, so I figured I could pick up where I was. Honestly, I'm losing my momentum of where I was at. You know, why did I even look at my history? I can just look at my streams. Okay, yeah, that is where we're at then. Oh wait, did we finish the Mr. Brittany Simon one? Because it was just basically, what's it like, super short? Yeah. Oh, there is one that I missed. No, okay, we did watch that one. Okay, well, I guess we're just running close to the end of it then. All right, bear with me. I'm gonna find it. So I guess a lot of people here don't normally watch me, and if you don't, that's fine. But maybe right now you could hit the like button and subscribe. That'd be pretty cool of you. You don't have to hit the notification bell. I'm pretty close to getting ads. It'd be really cool to be able to get them. I don't shill out for donos, but uh ads would probably make it to where I would get paid out every single month by YouTube. Like I have for the last little bit, but I still want ads. It'd be cool. Let's see. Yeah, we're very, very close to like the last ever Destiny and Mr. Grill conversation. We're like right on the cusp. Oh yeah, so if you haven't been here, I've been going through all of the Destiny and Mr. Grill conversations specifically to try to better explain how they how that bridge got burnt, because I don't accept the main narrative is that Mr. Grill was super mad about the subreddit things, which led him to write the Destiny report, which is it's impressively stupid to me to actually believe that. I think that you just have to hate Mr. Grill to brainlessly accept that. And then in addition to just like mindlessly hating Mr. Grill, you also have to uh, be really unwilling to critically think about the situation entirely. The Trib, long time no see, brother. It's nice to see you again. Okay, I think I found where we're at. That's Destiny and Lav. Hang on, I don't know if this one has him in it or not. I don't think it does. Oh wait, does it? Oh boy. It's a massive video. You know, I can just hit the description to see. There we go. Oh no, he is. Okay. So I think this is the second to last stream that they ever did. Yeah, food rate is hella appreciated. My favorite was the conversation where they both stand up. Oh my God, dude. That was a Fuentes conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and actually, even before I did this series, that was always my like one of my all-time favorite streams. Is the tuna conversation on my channel? The one that Food Shop just did? Uh, or do you mean Tuna's podcast? Oh yeah, it is. Where did Food Shops pull it from if not from my channel? Did you pull it from my channel? Should be. All my stuff's under live. Um, if you go to my lives, I have like everything stays up. Dan coming and saying, "What are you guys doing?" It was just like a fucking So Mr. Girl was standing up because of his back, and then Destiny was like, just in case this is a power
Steven, are
play,
you ready to take?
I'm not gonna let it fly. You're not gonna out power play me. That's my interpretation of it. Like, unironically, that's just what happened. Cause uh Destiny said, like, well, if he's gonna stand up, then I'm gonna stand up. Milkman Dan, hey, how you doing? All right. See, it's been like a very, very long time looking at my history here since I did this, which is a shame because this is like my favorite content that I've done in a long time. So this is the second to last Mr. Girl and Destiny stream. It's the, oh, you know what? Before I cite myself on that, because I didn't think this one had a minute. I might not have. No, I did see this because I remember the ending. But what about the one right before it? Oh, God. Where is everything? Okay. Oh, wait, I think I'm going to click this one before to see. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to play this one too because there's they at least talk about him.
So he's trying
Either way, it's important and integral to the story. I'm good, mate, just sipping on a glass of claret. I don't know how to pronounce that. And chilling. Hey, Eddie pupils. So even if this one doesn't actually have Mr. Girl, it seems like it would. I'm not sure, but it's right before the second to last one, and according to the chapters, they talk about him. So.
Put people into his life right now. I think he's been burned by so many people.
Oh, I guess gotta rewind it a little bit.
I could see Max having big problems with my community.
Oh, okay.
And maybe
That
problems
makes
relating
sense.
to me and my community. But I think that even if that continues, unless it gets really rocky, I think that in general, me and him will be okay. It might be a bit tumultuous, but I think it'll be okay. Because for all of Max's faults, I don't think he's like a bad person that would try to f me over or backstab me. I don't think he's that kind of person. If Dan f me over, I would be upset. That's a person who I'd be like, wow, didn't see that one coming. If we go through a certain situation where you could f me over and you choose not to, yeah, well, let's test it right now, okay? You ready? We might have a big fight right now, okay? Ready?
Okay.
So
okay.
He's trying to put people into his life right now. I think he's been burned by so many people, and he thinks like, oh.
Steven is such a unique individual that he curates a safe space for some of the most other unique individuals, and those unique individuals tend to be mentally ill, and mental illness with a lack of introspection causes chaos and drama.
When their first view of me for the last couple weeks is me like yelling at women and like being really aggressive, like I can't expect them to see anything but that. Hopefully with
Wait. You can't find the tuna conversation? It should be like one of the last view on my live. 1 minute. Let me try to help the trib out here. Live. It's under talking tuna about some stuff. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 5 of them streamed 8 days ago. If you go to my live tab, it should be right there.
time.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. This is actually my fault.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
I don't think
I
you
see.
explicitly said it, but
That makes
So
sense.
I didn't. Okay,
No.
so stop playing stupid.
Hold.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh my god. Loud and clear. What's up, bud?
Hi. I just touched a cherry. It was really nice.
Nice.
Oh yeah, food shops. I know sometimes you cover Mr. Grill stuff. If you ever I know like sometimes you review some of the content. If you ever want a expert opinion, so to speak, feel free to message me anytime. In case you can't tell, I really enjoy talking about Mr. Grill content. I mostly enjoy talking about it because it seems like so many people have such a radically different perspective than mine. It's just a very engaging subject.
Yeah, it was really good. But there's something that I wanted to talk to you about. You said something in the stream when you were reacting to me yesterday,
Oh,
and I just wanted to clarify.
you're right, Elk. The contrast is a bit staggering.
But I'm kind of running low on spoons, so just like forgive me, okay?
No problem. I got so many spoons right now.
I'm so tired
Dumb.
today. Basically, you said that I misrepresented something you said about, like I said that you wanted to move people in your direction, and I think you said that was wrong.
I'd have to see the exact clip. I don't know if that's misrepresenting because I think I've said that in the past, but I don't think it's much. That's not generally my state.
I saw that before, which I don't love, but food shops is free to describe themselves however they want. I just don't see them as similar at all. They're both separate but enjoyable content creators.
Stated goal anymore, but
Okay.
If I said I disagreed, I don't think it was. I would hope. I'm not saying I'm disagreeing with you. That's just not exactly what my stated goal is anymore. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just to clarify then, what is your goal as like a content creator and thinker? Is it to move people in a direction closer to like your narrative, or is it just for you to understand how people think who are different from you? Like, what is the goal?
I think right now it's just to show like some level of like some base level of like empathy or understanding towards some people, and then from there I hope things happen as like a byproduct of that. But like my explicit goal isn't like moving people closer to me or converting people necessarily to like my point of view.
Okay, and then I have a question in relation.
So, this isn't honest. Yes, the goal is conversion. Yes, exactly. The goal for Destiny is to make money. The idea that any of this is about having honest conversations kind of goes out the window for me after the Nick Fuentes Destiny conversation. I'll address it again since there's a bunch of people who haven't heard me talk about it. There's a point in which Destiny pulls up his notepad and says, well, I think that anything other than saying like conversion or money would be a dishonest answer, Trib. So he pulls up his notepad and says, because Mr. Girl says, you're not answering me. And so he goes, okay, I'm going to write down everything that you asked. And Mr. Girl said stuff, and Destiny wrote down all of it. And then they talk a little bit, and Destiny minimizes the window. And afterwards, he says, I literally answered, I wrote down everything you said, and answered literally everything that you brought up. Responded to literally everything you brought up. And it wasn't true. But you'll even see people in his audience saying, oh, that's true, like agreeing, but that's not what happened. They just saw him write it down. Him and Destiny talked a bit. And then Destiny said that he responded to all of it, and it was just as though that he did. It was really wild to me. This shows me that there's a willingness to be dishonest in your face in the moment. But he does it in a way that's so clever. To put up the notepad and all that, you're just going to see enough of those things happen to where you'll just accept it, and he can get away with it like that. So I think that obviously honesty there wasn't the goal. So I have a hard time thinking that the goal in conversations like this is anything other than that. Well, is it dishonest? It is dishonest. So unless you think that Destiny's like particularly stupid, it's dishonest. He didn't have that notepad pulled up, read what was written on there while they were talking, see it, and then think that he answered the questions, and then claim that he did. There's no way. There's no way, because we've seen Destiny write down questions and then go over them point by point and actually respond to them. He knows how to do this. He knew that he wasn't doing it. To say that he didn't know that he wasn't doing it is like a leap in charity that I wouldn't give anybody. At the very least, not somebody who has shown themselves to be as astute and aware as Destiny is. That's crazy.
Into this, because you know how you guys, I came onto your stream when I was high and Lav and Mr. Girl and stuff were having their moment with me. It was very much like, why are we taking ourselves so seriously? But then Cherry just said something interesting, and she said that we were basically discussing.
Oh, and he kept framing it as though he wanted Mr. Girl wanted him to call Nick Fuentes a Nazi, when all he really wanted to do was have a consistent definition for Nazi.
What does it mean to be serious about our work? I think my levels, as an example, is a very efficient tool, and I think it's really good. for some people.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm an academic. I know I'm not. I know I'm not serious in that way. And I don't want to convert people to my way of thinking, but I do take myself seriously as an adult.
He doesn't even have like Discord icons. I don't exactly know what you're talking about or what clip it is, so I don't know. Just what he just said to Brittany was him giving tactics that he's trying now at the time he said it. Oh, I was talking about just specifically like the Fuentes thing.
As a contrast to what Lav and Erudite and I were talking
Oh wait,
about.
you're saying oh, sorry, I got a little lost in the sauce there. When he was answering Brittany, yeah, I think that if you say that it's a tactic, but the tactic isn't dishonest, then yeah, I'd say that it's if the answer isn't honest to the truth of it, then I would say yeah, it's dishonest. But like if that is your goal, I probably expect you to not be super honest about it. Like most people are going to say like, well, my goal is just to like make as much money as possible. So like converting people to being viewers of my stream is really the aim. So I'm going to focus on providing content and perpetuating behaviors that's going to lead me towards that end. That's probably not going to. That's like a self-defeating statement, I guess. Most people are going to be put off by
I take
that.
myself seriously enough that yes, I do want to be treated without kid gloves, but at the same time, what does it mean to be serious in a bubble on the internet where we're yelling over drama? Like, what does it mean to be serious given how we spend our time? You know what I mean?
Sure, on a technical level, it's not, but I don't think that that's what most people are going to get from it, and that's not what, like what I said, isn't what most people are going to get from it, and I don't think that's what he wants people to get from it.
Okay, what does it mean to be serious?
Yeah, like if someone said, Steven, do you take your work seriously?
What does it mean to be serious?
Also, on its face too, I don't think there's anything wrong with.
Depend on the type of work.
How Destiny does that part of his stuff. Well, I guess there's nothing inherently wrong with just like having the goal to like be successful and make money and shit. I think that's fine. I just am like personally invested in this space, and I'm like autistic as shit for honesty, so it bugs me, and then it leads to like confusion and stuff, especially around Mr. Girl. So I don't like that stuff.
Even on what we're talking about in terms of like being serious. So like for me, like being serious might be like preparing in advance for a debate. Or it might be taking like the things and words I say seriously because I know they have an impact on people. Maybe that's like a form of like being serious. Yeah, but obviously that's going to vary based on the type of, if I'm like playing League, that's going to be different, right?
Yeah. Okay, so
that's fair.
That's where I'm trying to find like a happy ground where I feel like I do it. I live on my little island, and sometimes I talk to you and sometimes I talk to other people. But my goal is to share ideas that I think are useful and helpful to people who they are useful and helpful to. And to move off of that. So I think I take myself very seriously in certain capacities. Like I take my job as an aunt very seriously.
Okay.
Right? As a YouTuber, I take the job of it very seriously, like showing up, being productive, trying not to be such a boomer on stream, which does not happen. I take my calls very seriously, right? Making sure I'm on time, making sure I'm present. But in terms of how I'm impacting the global world, it feels very silly to say that I'm very serious about impacting the world. That feels childish to me. What do you think about that?
Well, the words that you're using sound aggressively outwardly pointed, but I could agree with you. It just depends on what you mean by that. Because in one sense, you could say, it feels silly to me because I don't feel like that's the type of impact I aim for, or I don't feel like those are the types of conversation I have. So it's kind of silly to think of it that way. But then in another way, it could sound like what you're saying is that like anybody on the internet that thinks it can have an impact on people like that is silly or wasting their time.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't believe that. Obviously, I think that you have great impact in your local communities, in the world, if you are a global like influencer, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't like pay for calls service that Brittany offers. It feels pretty exploitative to me. Probably a higher tier of exploitation than most streamers would engage in. Because like super chats and all that are like the best version of that kind of thing because it's happening in public. And I just feel like there's an implied level, not even implied, there is a level of intimacy when you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody that's your fan, uh, and a fan in the context of the kind of stuff that she does, probably there's like some aspirations to be like her, looking up to her and all that. It just feels ripe for people to get like really mind fucked by it. Bad.
Obviously, people impact the world in different ways. I just know I am not looking for global domination.
Sure.
I'm trying just to be a good local kind of positive.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I can take myself seriously in that. But then at the end of the day, like, I'm just a fucking content creator. Like, how serious can we be?
Sorry, I keep moving and wiggling around. The hydraulic in my chair broke. Yeah, they're sending me a new one. I have a warranty on it, but it's just like, if I'm just sitting normal, I'm like this. I'm like leaning forward, and as I have to keep leaning back, and it moves me forward. Just keep getting out of comfort.
I'm not actually sure. Like, I'm just trying to get people to get along during Christmas dinners. You know what I'm saying? That's my kind of goal.
Sure. But I mean, like, when you say, like, how serious can you be? It sounds like you're not talking about your mode of operation. It sounds like you're talking about, like, the topic where serious is, like, kind of some weird adult version of, like, this is a serious topic versus, like, I'm sure you can seriously take the topic of, like, how to get people to be nice at Christmas dinner, right?
Right. Okay, yes, that is true. And the vibe would change depending on how we tackled that issue because it impacts people's mental health. You could say that going to Christmas at my mom's could literally like trigger me to the point of suicidal ideation. So like maybe it is a very serious, you know, in that way it's very serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess I'm having a little bit of a disconnect, I suppose. Like, you know how Max was telling Cherry that like, oh, like, or he was upset with you for not taking her mistaken accusation too seriously because it really could have impacted his reputation. I don't understand why he thinks he can care about that when he goes around saying such shit about other people, and he doesn't think about the implications of what we have to deal with when he says shit like that.
Well, to be fair to Max, I don't think Max makes like sexual assault allegations towards other people, right?
I mean, no, though my flirting with him was a little too strong for his taste.
Sure.
Right? He said it was kind of rapey.
Yeah. Hold on. Just a really quick question. Guys.
Yeah.
Not for you, I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck you.
I don't know why these lubricant barrels are going in.
You're good,
here. I
Trip.
don't know what's causing it to load. It should never be happening. It's only when it's less than 240, and when I check here, I've got over 3,000 barrels being sent by this.
The kind of tactics that I saw Destiny do in the Fuentes conversation were also what's the word? Not mimicked. Well, he did the same thing when he talked to Anna one of the first times. I think somebody said it was their 4th conversation ever on stream, but it was still a pretty early one. There's some pretty wild stuff in that too.
Signal. What the fuck is going on? Okay.
It was mirrored.
You're asking me, like, how can Max be upset? If you make it a little broader, like, how can Max be upset when people make accusations about him when he says, like, really ridiculous stuff? My belief would be that Max is probably thinking, like, well, if people are getting mad at me because of, like, the serious topics that I grapple with, that's okay. But if people are getting mad at me because of fake sexual assault allegations, then people probably wouldn't be okay with that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that Max himself...
You really don't think that money's the goal, though? I mean, I feel like it's a fine goal to have. So it's not like I'm loading it up or like being like anti-Destiny, saying, oh, Destiny wants to make money. But like, I feel like that's pretty clearly his goal.
Like, we all have to deal with backlash from sloppy content creators. I had to deal with it when Max was sloppy with me. I had to deal with it. So I guess I just like, yeah, take it, like, suck it up, bro. We all have to deal with this and we do it to each other.
I don't know if everybody does fake sexual assault allegations to each other. That seems to be a little bit.
I feel like when you're Destiny's size, it's almost crazy to suggest that there isn't a #1 goal, that it's not to make money.
But she obviously, just like when it's kind of like I could see in that moment.
Like there kind of can't be a bigger goal because like this is not even like just a job. This is like his career. He has a brand. He has people that work for him and stuff. Like it has to be the goal.
And why she panicked and thought that's what was happening.
Yeah, of course.
So I can like be like, okay, no big deal. It was a mistake. And like Max, it's a mistake. But also, I guess I think Max, like also some people on the internet, not just Max, want both. They want to be able to be provocative and still not have consequences. Like, it's like Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein said the most horrendous thing about Ben Shapiro, and then he goes, "Well, I'm a Jew," and I'm like, okay, yes, and that is.
I don't know what section of Mr. Girl's content would make you believe that he doesn't want to accept consequences. He's always said he makes provocative content, and it would be like, it's like ridiculous to be provocative and then get surprised or upset when people get provoked. Yeah, I don't think he has to shill anymore. He has an active enough audience to where well, I didn't say he only has one goal, but it's the primary goal for sure. At that size, like, you don't have to shill. You just have to keep on doing better, bigger and better stuff. Can't do what he does with canvassing the money he shells out and think that money's the only motivator. Well, I'm pretty sure that if you do things like that, 100% of that's going to be like tax deductible. When you're in a high enough bracket, I think doing things like that like end up being mostly cost neutral.
Yes, we all understand it was a joke. I watch Ethan. I know he's outrageous.
Yeah, Brittany was in her bubble on this one. Yeah, I'm being passive. I'm being fucking passive aggressive. She pisses me off. I don't like a lot of the stuff that Brittany says and Brittany does, but I like talking to her. Myself, I think she's pretty easy to talk to, and like, the thing I like about talking to Brittany is that she's, despite all the things that like she does with her own stuff, she is more grounded and like rooted to reality than most streamers are when I've interacted with her.
But at the same time, why would you even think the thought? The thought itself
Of
is
course,
such
they
a
say that because
negative,
she agreed with me
awful
on those
thought.
during
Then
those
I'm like,
times.
why are you acting like you're not trying to be provocative, and why are you shocked that YouTube banned you when like everyone's on high alert for anti-Semitic issues, right? Like, why would he say that? It's kind of like this cognitive dissonance that's happening in adult content creators that I feel like our job itself is turning us into such, like, I think we forget that it's not that serious, but I guess if you want to start going around canceling.
I was on Wix when she was talking about Tom, and her and I, it seemed like her and I were pretty much on the same page. That was like way far back. But like, if you're coming from food shops, then you probably are pretty familiar with what I think about all the Tom stuff. Do you think that there was a big like delineation between what I think and what Brittany thinks? That is true. I think that's like her biggest strength, is that, yeah, there's not a shred of doubt in anything that Brittany says. I watched 2 of her streams with Smith. Saw on JSTLK drama stream with Lav and Erudite. She is likable, but I feel uncomfortable about her. It's when I find out things like about the private calls and stuff that makes me feel uneasy about her. That's really all it does.
Now we have to take it
that does that for me.
Yeah, and I think that was the main issue with Ethan, why people are so critical of him. Is
Yeah.
that it seems like he was kind of like championing this type of culture to some extent. So
Yeah.
now when it comes back to bite you, it looks kind of bad for you to be like, wait, well, hold on, I was just joking, or I didn't mean it. Like,
yeah, that's it. It's intimidating her confidence. That makes sense. If you disagree with her, it does just kind of automatically feel like you're gonna have to deal with and contend with that voice in the back of your head that says like you might be wrong, and it's gonna be a lot stronger and louder because she really does emanate confidence nonstop.
Totally.
Seriously, and it's like, what if Steven Crowder had made a comment like that? Like, how would you feel about it? You know, and he'd probably be fully on board with canceling Steven.
I'm also intimidated by her a little bit because I've said this a bunch of times before, and it sounds memey, but I swear to God, she just reminds me of Mona Lisa Saperstein from Parks and Recreations, and that woman is scary too.
Crowder for it, you know.
That's what I'm saying. The lack of consistency is so difficult, but I think it's because we don't actually know why we're saying the things we are. Like, I'm, hardcore about freedom, blah, blah, blah. I'm all about try your thing, live in your bubble, do your thing. But I think that...
I don't doubt her being wrong. It just makes you look wrong by extremely arrogant, by being extremely arrogant and condescending. So I guess I'm the kind of person that when I say things, I'm usually pretty confident. And if somebody else is really confident when I'm arguing with them, it sort of puts my confidence on notice. I bet she's the eldest sibling.
That's what I told Cherry. Look, at the end of the day, we don't know what we're doing on this planet. We're trying our best to figure it out. And through that trial and error,
I think from what I've heard of her, she might be.
We make mistakes. It gets messy. Sometimes we genocide a whole population. But that's what humans do. Like, humans are one of the most trial and error species I've ever understood. That's what I understand us as a species who tries its hardest to trial and error. We do what we think is right, but we fuck up most of the time, but we're trying. Like, I don't know that I need to become consumed by the inconsistency of people's actions unless it directly harms me. But I find like people try to get the they try to preemptively go on the attack, which causes the craziness to amplify. So like, why do you think you've been having so much drama on your channel lately? Does that make sense? Like, does that... I'm sorry, I'm having like 20 thoughts. So
yeah, I was gonna say that's a little separate from what you were just saying.
Sorry. I'm connecting it to the idea that these things keep happening, but then we wonder why they keep happening. But it's like, but what is the pattern you're exhibiting that allows this to exist? Like this energy. Like, why is Lav or Max, or why are we having yelling matches on these panels? Like, why do you think that happens?
For me, if I were to try to like single it out as a single issue, I think it's generally because people are generally very unempathetic or they don't understand where other people are coming from. I think that's where the vast majority of shouting matches are coming.
Right?
Oh my god. Wait, what? I just heard the sound. Oh, maybe this got played again? Did somebody subscribe? Oh, wait. Where's my Twitch thing at? Give me 1 second. My Twitch window got closed. That's my bad. Huh. I thought maybe somebody subscribed or donated. Oh, you subscribed. Okay. So the sound works for that. Okay. Very, very cool. I don't know why it's not working on donos, but I'll fix that. She says so many truisms that you have to cut through, basically a lot of work. I'm very confident, a very confident guy in a twisted way, but it looks like hard work. Anyways, I'll leave it there. Why do you think it was an interesting subject to bring it up?
Coming from.
Also, thank you for subbing on YouTube. I appreciate it a lot.
Else is taking. Like, I think that's
unsubscribing
where,
and
that's where most of
resubscribing
Max's
for the
issues are. I
memes.
think that's probably where most of Lav's
Well,
issues
wait a
are.
second. Then why
Well,
did you
that's fine.
struggle to understand Lav's position about her being like pro-sex work, but also doing anti-sex work, but also doing sex work, or maybe her issues? Like, did you actually have issues with her stance, or just the way she handled it?
No, I think that. Well, firstly, her stance was incomprehensible. But my issue isn't with her stance. I've said this a lot on stream. I like Lav because I think it's interesting. I think she's relatively intelligent. I don't think she's an idiot. I've never thought that before. I like Lav because it's interesting to me to see somebody that has obviously been severely affected by something, who's reasonably intelligent, going through a big like transitionary period in their life. That's something that's interesting to me. I like to watch the change. My issue with Lav, and I'll say this every time somebody asks, is that while she's in this highly transitory period, she is aggressively attacking other people, but then it seems like she's changing her opinion the next day. So like her really aggressive statements about like you, her really aggressive statements about Miss Genevieve, her really aggressive statements about sex workers in general. Like,
I talked to Lam about this. It's been a long time now. I guess this is old too. And it seemed like the consensus that her and I came to is that she'll say where she's at, even if like what she's leaning towards is though that's like just what she thinks. Even though like the way she described it to me is like she'll agree with both sides of an issue, like she'll agree with some points, and if she's just talking about the parts of it that she agrees with, and she's expressing from one side, it's like she's giving that as like the only idea that she has. So I just encourage her to try to like focus on one or the other. Whether or not that's really the case, kind of hard to tell. If there's one thing that's not great about Lav in this space is that she's not consistent in how she talks about things.
Like all of
Whether or
these
not she's
framed in a
consistent
really aggressive manner
about what she
but
thinks,
then they
I don't know.
change the next day, and then people are like, okay, well, hold on, you were just shitting on these people for not something that it seems like you've come around on in 24 hours. I think that was the issue.
It is hard to tell.
Yeah, but like we know she's going through a
That's where I'm at, engaging with her one-on-one, talking to her in good faith.
transitionary period in her youth, and this is so normal. Don't kids go back and forth all the time?
Yeah, but if
adults
you're
go
gonna be
back and
really,
forth?
if you're gonna be really aggressive while going back and forth, people are gonna fucking destroy you. Probably rightfully
As
so.
they should. No,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
as they
Yeah.
should.
So my goal,
For sure.
yeah, but I wasn't destroying. I wasn't usually attacking around that. I was usually just kind of like asking her questions and kind of like poking and prodding. It wasn't until she started to kind of, I think, shit talk me on other platforms that now it's like, okay, well, hold on. I think I've been fairly charitable towards you, but if you're gonna be aggressive towards me on other platforms, well, now I'm gonna be
That's
aggressive when I
fair
have you
out.
in front of me, right? So that's kind of where our little
Yeah.
blow up came from yesterday.
Yeah. How are you? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a personal question, but answer how you want.
Yes,
coming
ma'am.
from Twitch, you had all these like fallouts.
Mhm.
Coming here to YouTube, you've made like kind of better friends, but then also it's been chaotic.
Mhm.
Do you feel safe with your YouTube friends or streamer friends?
I feel like I have a really good handle on where people are at and what people are capable of. Like there are certain people that I can tell like could flip or things could happen with, and then there are other people where it's like I don't think that person would. And for the most part, I think my internal reads are generally pretty correct on people. Nobody's like, I don't know if anybody's like shocked me where it's like, oh my god, I thought this person would be like loyal to the end, and then it's like, oh fuck, they turned on me for something. So I think I generally have a good feel of people. One thing that I think that is true in life in general, like I always ask, if you go to, you know what Denny's is? You know what Denny's is, right?
Like the restaurant, Denny's?
Yeah, if you go to Denny's and you get a steak, right? And, like you enjoy your steak at Denny's. Yeah, if you go to a really expensive restaurant and you get a Denny's steak there, you're going to be really upset. But like it's the same steak. Why would you be mad in one place or the other? And I think that the issue is that most of the disappointment in life comes from the mismatch between expectation and reality. So when I'm
Wait, not in that metaphor, because if you're going to a really nice restaurant, you're paying more money too.
friending
That's
certain
part of
people,
it.
there are certain people it's like,
Big
I
part of it.
know that depending on how things go here, this person could flip. And as long as I'm expecting that, like when it happens, it's not like surprising to me, you know? Like I know that Lav has her things and she does her things and like she's fun to talk to and I don't mind like hanging out with her, like that's fine. But like if Lav is like trying really hard to be friends with Mr. Girl or some shit comes up where she's getting shit on my community, it's like, yeah, it wouldn't really surprise me if Lav was like, fuck Destiny, this guy's a piece of shit. It's like, eh.
So, if he wanted to, cats, quit biting. If he wanted to make that more apt, he could talk about how Lav, how much he's like invested into Lav for like her to be a Denny's steak, I guess. Peace out, Elk. Take it easy, homie.
Okay, whatever. Like that's not like a shocking thing to me. Like it's within like
Thanks again for the documentary.
world of possible explanation.
Oh, cats, yeah, they were fucking each other up, man. I don't know if you guys could hear it.
Expectations that I would have for her, right? But like you and I have talked pretty closely quite a bit, and I feel like I have like a decent beat on the type of person you are. If you went live on your stream and you all of a sudden were like, oh, I actually think that Destiny and Melina are horrible people and blah blah blah, that would be surprising. You're like, oh damn, that actually kind of feels kind of shitty because that's like way outside of the realm of expectations that I would have had for you. But it just depends on the person, you know. Like where Max is at right now.
Just to be clear, I do think that overall his explaining of people's expectations being let down is really impactful, like the expectations you have. So I thought the Denny's metaphor was bad.
So I'll stake out maybe a risky position. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. I could see Max having big problems with my community and maybe problems relating to me and my community. But I think that even if that continues, unless it gets really rocky, I think that in general, me and him will be okay. It might be a bit tumultuous, but I think it'll be okay. Because for all of Max's faults, I don't think he's like a bad person that would try to me over or backstab me. I don't think he's that kind of person. I think that he just has a lot of problems seeing things from other people's points of view sometimes, and then he can get emotional, which is fine. But I don't think he would like fuck me over really. I don't think Max would ever be that kind of person. Well, maybe, but Max, I don't think so.
I feel like Max is
Now, despite what I'm sure a good number of people are thinking, I still don't think that's what happened. I think Mr. Girl did the Destiny report because he thought it was the right thing to do. I don't think he did it to hurt Destiny at all.
not going to intentionally fuck you over like in a malicious way. I think he might be so morally pushed into a quote unquote corner that he might feel like he has to, regardless of your friendship, like take a stand.
Yeah, on something
which
that
is
comes
sort
off
of-
negatively. Yeah, but like if people have to do that, like you know, it's fine. I understand. That's different.
It's not fine with him, and he didn't understand. So that's, I mean, I think that like honestly, that's the only reasonable thing to come away with. And Destiny just basically said, I'd accept it. That's fine. I get that. But he doesn't.
Different than like for instance, I don't think, and I could be wrong, but if like all of Max's DMs were leaked right now between like him and Lav and everybody else, like he might say some things where he's like pretty critical of me, or like, oh, I think that Destiny's missing this or that or whatever. But I don't think it'd be like, Destiny's a fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate this guy. Blah blah blah. Like I can't, you know, I don't think anything like that would ever be leaked. Yeah, but.
I feel like Max does this thing though, and I'm a little like, I would be worried in general. Well, no, scratch that. Listen to this.
Okay, listening. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In relation to like friends, like us, like I think about our friendship quite often, and I think of us as like getting to know each other still in many ways.
Yeah, of course, because technically we've spent probably less than 20 hours, if that, talking to each other, right?
Yeah, and we haven't even met in person yet, so there's so much more to gain from just being in your.
The reasonable thing would be for Max to feel was that Max was spiteful. Yeah, I understand. This is what most people think. I think the people that have been watching me go through these videos and breaking them down. Yeah, look, so everybody that has seen this situation has seen it on Destiny's stream, and they've heard people talk about it, only giving one side of things and never really offering an alternative explanation for anything. And as I've gone through all of their streams together, pardon me, I have done my best to explain where I'm at and why. Sure. Yeah. That's kind of... I was doing this originally for research for my Mr. Girl video project because it's just been so long since all this happened. And I wanted to make sure that I still had like a good enough memory to sort of like talk about these things as I'm making the video. But then it also kind of became the mission to offer that alternative lens for all the events that led up to it, because that's what almost everybody thinks. And I think I've done a pretty good job at offering an alternative perspective that, if you go along with me on the journey, doesn't really seem like as much of a stretch as it does if you haven't, like prior to that, when you've only heard everybody talking about things from just like Max is a salty bitch and he was just mad, so that's why he did what he did.
Space, right? Just to feel your energy would probably change things up a little bit. Maybe more trust or less trust would happen. So
way
I think,
more, my God.
Hopefully. But I think that's the problem, is that I think that even from the outsider's perspective, there's like, oh, Brittany and Steven must...
Just to put like a neat little cap on the end of that, I think a lot of people think that I don't understand the other side, like the side that I don't agree with, and I completely understand why people think what they think. And I like to think that I'm fairly like empathetic towards it. Otherwise, it's just like, no, you're all stupid and wrong. That's not what I do. Yeah. So I do get it 100%.
I'm like, whoa, like I love Steven. He's so considerate, nice to me, and as a friend, I love him so much. But like, God, I don't even have this man's phone number. Like, everybody relax. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't know you yet, but I know. Hopefully, what I do know about you reassures me that you would remain a good friend, and so I can have high trust. I think with your consistency, your energy, the way you talk, the way you've been for the last whatever years with the internet, reassures me that I can put a higher trust expectation on you.
Sure.
But with other people, I can't exactly always have that. Now, with Lav as an example, I see her as a person that I don't need to have a high or low trust with. Just a medium, a nice medium.
Yeah, it's going to depend on like what you're going to share with somebody too, right? Like this happens a lot where people on my stream will be like, why did you ever let that person on? Why did you trust that person? Why did you bring that person on? They fucked you over, blah, blah. And it's like, they kind of fucked me over, but like the level of trust you think I have in these people is way higher than I actually do. Like, it's not like any of these.
And look where we're at now. Yeah, it bums me out. Mr. Girl Destiny content was like peak Twitch
people are
in my
actually
opinion.
fucking me over. They just like me and then they go on to shit talk me. But they don't have any leverage over me. They don't have any like private or super crazy information, or they don't have any like access to my business. Like, you know, now if Melina were to like flip and like take half my assets or something after marriage, then it's like, okay, that's a fuck up. But like somebody that used to like me on stream and then shit talks me, it's not like I had a huge trust for them. Like it was just a person that came in and I went, you know, that happens.
How how do you emotionally feel in relation to the Lava Mr. Girl stuff? Are you actually like, you know how on stream you seem very invested? Are you that invested off stream, or do you just like, whatever?
I just get mad when people say dumb things. That just triggers the fuck out of me. I'm never like, it's not a personal thing where I'm upset, where it's like, oh no, why are you backstabbing me, or blah, 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 anything like that. It's usually just like, what you're saying is so dumb and it's triggering the fuck out of me. That's generally how I feel about things.
Yeah, okay. I guess, you know, when you say you're triggered by things, do you mean that in like it's upsetting me, so I'm gonna like be like loud about it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not like I'm actually like
medically triggered.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I'm not having like a trauma response or something. Yeah.
I have a theory, because Cherry and I just talked about this. I do have a theory that I can enjoy everyone and the differences you all have, and I hope that I continue to be a space where people can come.
Blood burnt his bridge over subreddit. That's the opposing view from mine. If a friend of mine wrote a 100,000-word report on my past relationships and went around talking to all my exes, I would be less inclined to take it well and stay friends. Maybe a moral stand, but you have to pick your battles as well. Sure, but I think Destiny presents himself as the kind of person that, because it's a criticism, that he would generally take that criticism head on and just sort of like combat it. So this isn't like a normal person interacting with it and having like a normal person's reactions to it.
Talk to me in a less yelly way, and we can have open discourse about what's been going on. But I think that
No, I don't think that the subreddit had a whole lot to do. I don't think the subreddit had anything to do with it. I just think that that was something that just happened to occur around the same time. The thing that really did it. No, sure. I think everybody thinks that. I think that I don't think that Mr. Girl was that upset with Destiny in and of himself about the subreddit. The thing that was the springboard was, so this is what happened. The subreddit might have taken off the rosy glasses, which allowed him to see the Anna thing. So like that happened, and then he found out about Anna, and so like Destiny was no longer like an infallible like god friend to him. So it wasn't going to be something that he immediately dismisses like he did before. Yeah, it just showed him that Destiny wasn't always like always trying to do the right thing. Why did they fall apart in the first place? I haven't kept up with all the drama. Remember Max being friends with him and then he cares about him or something like that. So what the hill I'll always die on is that for Mr. Girl, it fell apart when he heard about the Anna situation and it didn't quite seem right to him. Destiny said it was like she's like a crazy person who kept me locked in her basement. And well, Mr. Girl's like, well, it sounds more like that she was locked in your basement. And so like he gave him like a pushback and instead of doing what Destiny normally does and sort of explaining things and making the thing that sounds like crazy work, he tried to like dodge it and gave like really dissatisfactory answers and tried to shut down the conversation. I think that was when Mr. Girl was like, what? That's not how I understand you to be at all. And when he dug into that more, it just seemed like this was a really bad thing. And I mean, even if you really don't like Anna or whatever, he did a lot of stuff that was pretty bad about it. Now, I think that most people might make a lot of bad decisions. Like, I'll say this. I don't usually hold people to the highest standard when Destiny didn't want to talk about it, but it was after giving like really bad reasoning from Mr. Girl's perspective, at least, that he chose not to talk about it. I don't care about who's more in the wrong or not. I'm just saying that. But what I was trying to say, anyways, is that I don't really hold people too strongly accountable when they make mistakes in their interpersonal relationships because it's super hard. And I think it's super easy to make mistakes when your emotions are all tied up in it, other people's emotions are all tied up in things. I'm usually pretty lenient in those situations. Um, but so then he found out about that, and it seemed really bad to him. And then we found out even more stuff because Mr. Girl and Lab found out more stuff, which was that Destiny was still like sexting with Anna and potentially hooking up with her still. And it was very hush hush because even Melina didn't know about it, and that caused some problems for Destiny too. And I think that's what led him into well, and then also Lab talked to Mr. Girl about her sexual experiences with Destiny, and I just think that made Mr. Girl okay. I think it seems like there's a pattern here, and if there is, that's really not good. Um, and I think a big part of it is that Mr. Girl felt guilty for dismissing Anna beforehand because of how highly he viewed Destiny. So the Destiny report was also kind of like kind of like penance for him as well. Yeah, he went digging. I mean, to be fair, that's not like out of character at all. When he found out about the Dr. K stuff, it seemed really, really bad to him when he first heard about it, and then he went digging. I feel like Lav, Anna, and the girls he's been with have been problems, but Destiny isn't innocent or so charitable like he touts. Yeah. Mr. Girl, a lot of people think of him as like a bad guy or like a guy who like doesn't have morals and stuff. He's actually like I would categorize him as like a slave to his own moral system. I feel like he has to do what he thinks is right. Uh, like he's compelled like super super strongly to in ways that most people can't identify with. Circus said it best. Steven is never going to stopping the Molly and the e-girls. And like I think that is something that's extremely uh easy to empathize with. Bad guy versus a guy who's done bad. I think the latter. Yeah, I don't think that Destiny is necessarily like look, it takes a lot for me to say somebody's a bad person. I think that Destiny has some manipulative and undesirable traits that I previous to all this that I was pretty blind to because I was just like a huge Destiny fan, and I'm still a Destiny fan. I still watch his stuff. Um, but I'm a lot more aware. Uh, I think I was on guard then, but after going through the Mr. Girl streams, I'm a bit more aware of some of the things that I think are problematic with Destiny's behavior now. But this isn't even me condemning him. Oh, the ladder from Mr. Girl, you mean? I think the report was misguided. Because I think that what should have been done is that everything could have ended up exactly the same as far as the report and all that. Mr. Girl just shouldn't have been the one to write it. He was too close to it, and I think that makes him morally compromised. And it also compromises the integrity of the report itself, which is how most people see it. Or, yeah, it's going to compromise the integrity of the report to the general public, which is bad. The report shouldn't have been the one to do it. Yeah. Because, like, I agree with Mr. Girl, based on everything I understand his morals to be, that, like, he had to pursue this in one way or another. But it was a huge mistake. And I think even to the detriment of the people that did talk to him, that he's trying to help, it's a detriment to them as well. Which is why I criticized his like post-report tour to him. I criticized him for how he behaved on there because I felt like you have to be like on your quote unquote best behavior during those because people depended on you to get their stuff out. And if you put it out there, you have to be an amazing representative of that. There's a huge burden on you at that point. And I think that you have to, if you can't be like really comfortable and calm with your emotions when dealing with pushback about it and everything that's going to come from you, like sort of like doing the rounds about it, then you have to put that on pause and then come back later when you can do it better.
I live so hardcore in my offline life that when I come to work, I'm really just working, but also I'm getting to know people slowly, and maybe we'll be friends, maybe we'll be close, maybe we won't. But it feels very like less personal naturally.
It was good for
to
Chud
me.
at least.
But the way that the drama ensues on your channel feels so personal to me, and I
don't
just
know
don't
what to say to that.
understand how it's not, unless it's for views, unless people are getting upset on camera so the views come in.
I mean, the people are personally, the people that come on that get upset are genuinely very upset. And they genuinely have like very real issues with people. Like that happens. It's not like Stardust and Mr. Girl was not like fake drama. Like they were close friends, and then everything like, yeah, super fell out. And there was like a lot of crazy shit that was going on there. So I mean, like, that's genuine. Yeah.
Okay. I guess, oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hi, Dan.
I think I feel like Mr. Girl is super empathetic, and being that understanding towards people is a double-edged sword. Yeah, of course. I think he resorted to waiting for the adults to come in. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi.
Having a good day?
I'm having
That's Dan.
a fine day. Just come in here and, you know, we're all talking about how we're all best friends and everything, and I thought, wait a second, I'm the best friend, and I should be in this call as a result of that.
Okay.
So,
well, here you are.
Cool. I like that. How was your guys' dinner yesterday?
It was very good.
Yeah? Do you feel like
You
you're very
hate
close
Dan?
to Steven?
Oh, so close.
Very
Very
close. Pretty
But,
close.
you know,
If Dan f***ed me over, I would be upset. That's a person who I'd be like, wow, didn't see that one coming.
You know, the
How do you
big
hate
thing
Dan?
is that and I think I said this before to Steve, you can't buy it with words or philosophy talks or anything. It just takes thousands of hours. That's it. There is no shortcut for it. There is no let's have a big heart to heart. There is no I think we're anything. It's just you got to be on the streets with the guy and see what he can do, and it just takes time. And there's nothing you can do about it to bypass
And
it.
so
It's, you know,
silly.
it's just it. It's like being an expert at something. Time.
Yeah. So I would say
Can't be
that
bypassed.
time can do it, but I think there's a reason why, and I think there is a way to shortcut it. The way that I always view things is that if we go through a certain situation where you could f me over and you choose not to, that's, in me, those are the things that, oh, okay, I think I can trust this person. Because I theoretically could spend hundreds of hours with a person, and we've never been like in a high-stress situation where you could f me over, but you don't. I don't necessarily trust that person. I just know them for a long time, you know? Like, yeah.
So what kind of like what if you had a relationship though? What if our friendship, Steven, is one of the smoothest and best you've ever had for 30 years? What if we never fight?
It sounds kind of boring, but it's possible.
Well, that means it's not the smoothest and the best, right? True relationships require conflict.
Oh, maybe Content Sniffer's a little behind. I don't know. It seems like a really weird thing to say. Like he's like
See where you can
inclined.
push them a little bit, you know?
Not
There's
necessarily,
never-
but I mean, it'll probably.
don't see it.
There's like a hint of truth to what Dan is saying. Is that like it means we probably haven't scratched that much depth, or there's some sort of like relational thing that we're missing. Because generally, people are, unless we're clones of one another, which we're definitely not. Yeah, usually there's going to be some kind of point of conflict or something.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
you know.
you're obviously like the girl version of me, so I think that we're similar enough that we would have natural moments. Like I'm waiting. I just told this to my chat. I am waiting for us to have like our disagreement
I'm not reading
moment, but
that
I think
shit.
it's difficult because I don't.
That's funny.
I don't know that we don't. We must disagree on something, but I don't know if that's actually true. Maybe we just are so open and we're good with people being who they are that we won't ever have a disagreement. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I
what
know.
will we? We'll argue probably about how to do things. Like we might argue about like the ethics around something.
23 minutes 19 seconds. This is the time where I have to mandatorily stop and say it'd be super cool if you like the stream and or subscribe to my channel. I would appreciate
And
it.
that might
It's
be
free.
our fight, but we're probably
100%
not gonna.
free.
I don't foresee us fighting over like real stuff. Like maybe.
Yeah, the problem is
differences
that
in
like
opinion.
we inhabit areas that are so different that there's not much room for there to be the friction that would cause a fight. So like for instance, here's something that we theoretically could fight about, but my guess is going to be that you'll be like, oh, okay, I guess that's probably true, and you'll drop it immediately. But yeah, well, let's test it right now, okay? You ready? We might have a big fight right now, okay? Ready?
Okay.
So
okay.
from a geopolitical / historical standpoint, you mentioned earlier that it's silly for somebody to claim I'm anti-Semitic because I'm from the Middle East, which that
Were you
comment...
watching
Oh, yes, thank you.
my
Content
stream?
Sniffer.
Don't worry
Do
about
it.
But that comment is a little bit silly because there's a lot of Arabs in the Middle East that hate Jews, right? So that's not really a good argument. That could be an
They
argument.
wouldn't be Nazis. They would be anti. But they
They would be
wouldn't
super
Nazis.
anti-Semitic. Maybe not Nazis, but they'd be super anti-Semitic,
I'm
right?
okay with that. Obviously, yes.
Sure.
Obviously, the Middle East got problems, but like,
Some people
yes,
did.
okay. I think I hate the word Nazi. It drives me crazy.
Oh, okay. Well, careful.
It
We're
just
talking
doesn't
match
make
about that. But
sense. to call me a Nazi. If you call me an anti-Semite, we can talk about that. But obviously, that's also not true, because I'm not like. Obviously, that's not the kind of. If you actually want to get bubbly about it, I'm not the kind of Middle Eastern that would be anti-Jew, because we think we are Jews, because we're all from. We think like Adam and Eve, like the Garden of Eden, came from Iraq, came from El Kush, where my parents were from.
Okay.
I do not think that.
No, so
it's
like
true
that's,
that most Arabs think they are Jews.
She's not saying most Arab. She said from the place that she specifically is from.
I'm Chaldean. I'm not Arab. I'm Assyrian. So like that's the thing, is I'm not even real Arab. Like when people say like my Arab callers would be like, you're one of us, and then my other non-Arab callers, like the Jews, are like, you're one of us. We're all one of each other. I get it, because we're all from the same origin. We all share the same forefathers. We all share the same, like, basically God. Like, so I think in that regard, it's one of those confusing bubble things.
When you say Assyrian, like ASSY.
Yes. Assyrian, not Syrian. Assyrian.
I knew an Assyrian. Not
Oh,
that
yeah?
great of a, not that great of a Rust player, but very loud.
Nice.
You remember it too, right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Wait,
Silly.
he was
Very
very
silly.
loud. Oh, interesting. Okay.
We're very loud as a people. We're very loud.
You're 2 for 2.
He
so
literally
far.
speaks in a shout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how some of us are born. So
Dan also serves a pretty useful role in certain situations where he can come in and say some shit that Destiny really couldn't get away with saying. DK's played that role for Chud a few times that I've seen. He would take sadistic pleasure in tormenting Steve's exes. Oh, Mr. Girl should have just called Destiny a Weasley little liar and went that route.
I think like I do get my feelings like hurt a little bit when I'm like, oh man, they don't see me. But then I go, oh, well, that's the internet. People don't see each other.
You can tell that Dan really is Destiny's friend too, because he also enjoys seeing Destiny get tortured online as well.
I think that's why I like Destiny or Steven, is because I think that you try to see people. Like you attempt to see and understand them. Even if you don't always get it right, you're at least trying. And that's very fun. That's exciting.
Yeah, I try my best.
Wait, is this like a
Oh shoot, we're one
session
sub
of
away
this
from
guy? 'Cause he's
800
not
now.
that fucking great.
The next
I'll
one
be
will
honest.
forever
He's
be my
fine.
800 sub.
You're like, okay, that's it.
Okay.
I mean,
Jesus.
You're the one who spent thousands.
No one can take that
thousands
from
of
him.
hours. Yeah, so
Well, he
I'm not.
spent thousands of hours with me, right? If you think about it, he gave me the roles, not the other way around. He could have kicked me out. He chose not to. So essentially, he was joining me,
I really thought Mr. Girl was going to be in this with how many times he was in the chapters.
not the other way around.
We're already halfway through though.
That's very easy.
What's the favorite part about you guys being friends? Because I actually do like your dynamic a lot. What's your favorite part about being Steven's friend, Dan?
Being right most of the time, and then having him not admit it and try to weasel out of it is usually like.
Yeah, the Anna stuff is pretty bad. Because if you want to say Anna is mentally ill, okay, me, I've been listening. Oh shit, yeah, Alley Cats, thank you. Alley Cattails, my bad. 800th subscriber, thank you very, very much. 80% of the way to getting ads. I don't know how to take Destiny's side with the Anna stuff, because if you just say she's mentally ill and that makes her at fault, then at a certain point Destiny knew that and he didn't disengage. Yeah, I saw. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you a lot, Alley Cattails. It's super cool. And remember, nobody can ever take away from you the fact that you were my 800th subscriber. And not only that, like when he continued to talk to her privately, but acted like they had no relationship at all publicly, but also maintained all of the positions that he had about her. So like he kind of took it back when he was like, "Oh, you have OCD," and then he was like, "Okay, guys, we're chill." But then when he reframed it, when Mr. Girl was there by saying like she was like a crazy person who had me locked in her basement, like that all goes away. Oh, you're welcome. I'm an excellent source for Mr. Girl lore. And not a bad source for Destiny lore, but certainly there's other people better than me out there. But I would challenge anybody to be a better Mr. Girl historian than I.
The best part about it, because it happens so often.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Steven, what's your favorite part about being friends with Dan?
Yeah, what's your favorite part, Steve?
I think
Really embellished.
I think Dan being older helps a lot. As much as I hate to say that, I really do think that dude. I feel so boomer when I say that. There are so many people that when I hate that I've become this because as a kid, it's so frustrating. When I say kid, I mean somebody in their 20s to see older people do this. But there's a lot of people. This happens with Sneeko, 100%. It happens with Lab, 100%. Like when I hear them say certain things, all I'm hearing them say is, "I'm 24. I'm 24. I'm 24. I'm 24."
Hell yeah.
It's like I get it, dude. I totally understand where you're coming from, but oh my God, is it frustrating to listen to?
Your ageism is getting worse as you.
It is, yeah, but that's what happens, right? When you get
so
older,
bad.
you turn really ageist, yeah, I guess. So Dan,
I don't do that to people. When I was 22, I married a 39-year-old, and she used to condescend to me because of my age, and that shit infuriated me as fuck.
being older
I
probably
think it's super
helps.
disrespectful, and it's not good
Our
to do
sense
to
of
people.
humor are pretty similar. Dan is really good at recognizing like the limits of his knowledge. So
I guess I went to school at Boulder when Mr. Grill did. When you said Boulder, I was going to say, oh, did you go to school? But you just didn't know? That's wild. He's pretty divisive back then, too. Some of his articles that he wrote then. Ethan, you're 24? Well, I guess you just can't understand. No, I'm just kidding. I use the bathroom super quick. I'm just going to let this play because I'm going to be gone for like a minute tops, probably less.
I don't think Dan would ever come to like start a huge fight with me over some shit that he's totally clueless about. Yeah, and then we vibe off each other basically, yeah.
Knowing so basically my skills are I'm old and I know that I'm a moron. So.
I'm not a moron, but if you want to be dramatic about it, okay.
I think Dan. I think Steven is trying to say that your wisdom inspires him to think about his ideas better. That's what I'm hearing. That your age contributes to your wisdom, because like Steven's ageism is pretty bad. But I have a question, Steven. If we're being like observed by like a person in their 60s, do you think that we would be the children? Like we'd be the young people?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. A lot of adults are real stupid. There are a lot of adults I know that are like,
Look, there's people that are like 45, like literally just 10 years my senior, that'll still condescend due to age, which is dog shit stupid. It's funny Steven says this while actually being alive, manipulated, who sleeps with I'm assuming, and who marries a 20-year-old, ageism L. I probably could have met him. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I went to high school in a pretty small area, so I knew like everybody in high school. So that does seem a little weird. You were a journalism school major? That's pretty interesting. Yeah, when he says this, I wonder if he ever did like play the age card with his wife, because I truly fucking hated that. It's not good to do. If he didn't date you, get women, he could have found something else to hold over their heads. Date you, get women, he would have to find something else over your. Oh, if he didn't date younger women, he would have found something else to hold over their heads. Oh.
Act like a high schooler or 20.
I understand.
So I'm not sure. Maybe by a really wise adult.
Oh.
Yeah, good one. Maybe.
So I mostly haven't talked about his divorce, but there's one thing that happened that he just like volunteered out there that I thought was actually this single thing has made me see Destiny more negatively than anything else that I've seen. After Melina came out and said stuff post the announcement of the divorce, I don't know when the signing of papers happened or whatever, but she gave her telling of some things, and Destiny freaked out, and it was like when he had his like big freak out stream, and he corrected, I have no idea the truth of the matter of anything, what she said, and he said, if Melina wants to say and do whatever she wants, that's fine. I don't care. She can say do whatever she wants. I don't care, but just don't call me a liar. If you call me a liar again, yeah, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. You can do anything. He kept like repeating this, just don't call me a liar. And basically saying if you call me a liar, then all bets are off. I'm gonna like be a total fucking freaked out weirdo. Like nothing is off limits. And I think that for a lot of people that hear that, this is reasonable. I get that. That makes sense. But when I heard that, what I understood was he was essentially telling her publicly, whatever I said happened is what happened. And so you can't talk about anything that I've talked about at all unless you talk about it in the same way that I did. If you deviate from any of the things that you and I have been through or anything involving me, you can only say what I've said. Any alternative versions of any events will be met with extreme hostility. And if you say that, nobody's going to sympathize with you. You're going to be seen as like a fucking psychopath X. But if you frame it as, I just don't want to be called a liar, everybody gets that. There's not a single person who's not going to be like, well, you know, if I broke up with somebody and they started lying about me, yeah, I'd probably freak out too. Especially when he talks about like some of his friends, like sided with her until he talked to them and stuff. Like this makes it very, very, like this is like a really positive way to effectively threaten her to not say anything other than what he said about these things. And like I said, the way that it's presented, it's so good PR wise. Like he just comes off as a victim responding in the situation, but when you put it in the frame that like you are not allowed to say anything other than what I said without repercussions, and then to see how people reacted towards that in such a positive way towards him, that's when I like kind of got freaked out and like, oh my God, he's actually like being like really awful right now and manipulative. Totally freaks me out. I see it as my truth is fair in Destiny's eyes, but Melina's essentially saying what you're saying Destiny is doing in that moment. But Melina's essentially saying what you're... Yeah, it is... It wasn't until after I saw that it clicked in my head. I don't know what triggered it, but even if you disagree with his intention in doing that, well, she's not calling him a liar, though. She's not saying he's a liar. She's giving a different telling of events. She said stuff that he contests or like that would be contrary to what he said, and that's what he freaked out about. She said a bunch of stuff that he's like saying that like that's not how that happened. That's not what was said or whatever the subject was. But when you just by merit of saying you can say and do whatever you want, you just can't call me a liar. It says you're saying that I control the narrative, and if you challenge what I say, then so yeah, even if you disagree with him doing that on purpose, this is still the effect that it has. She is on notice that she cannot challenge anything that he said without having to deal with him freaking the fuck out on stream, which can cause, like, if you've been around for the mystical stuff, you know how animate DGG can get when Destiny feels threatened by somebody. So even if he didn't intend for that, it's still going to have the same effect. It is still an effective threat that has that effectively does still hold, depending on how you view like online harassment and stuff, potentially like pretty serious consequences. He was pissed over her having conversations with mutual friends. Yeah, okay, that was the whole thing. Yeah, to see that part is kind of washed in my memory. It was just the whole freak out and then the reason stated for the freak out that really stuck out in my mind because that's the one thing that really hurt my view of Destiny more than anything. It also upped like the ability to do and say a manipulative thing and have it appear to be the opposite in front of the audience without them picking up on it, just like the notepad with Mr. Girl and then saying I responded to it even though he just wrote down the questions and didn't respond to it. It's like these kinds of things. I start to see more and more of them. I'm like, that's kind of fucking wild to me.
About like a really wise adult, they'd be that way, but I'm
well,
okay
she's going to talk
I hope
about
that when I'm 60, I'm way more wise than when I'm 33.
Yes, but
obviously, God, that's the goal.
It's the well, if she's going to talk about me, ... But somehow I look like the one who's in the weak and bad position of it.
I think that's what I'm wondering about too as well. I guess apparently you watched some of my stream. I'm just, I guess, confused when I watch all the panels and everyone's yelling. I can't tell if they do it because they're on stream with you. Like,
no, I think it's just because people genuinely have a really hard time understanding each other. And then, like, when you're talking to somebody, they seem so stupid because they're not understanding the basic thing you're trying to get across. It's like, okay, well, then people are just gonna get more and more and more upset because they feel like they're not being understood. And then, if you're not being understood, you just scream louder.
We also do a really good job of making people like kind of go batshit a little bit, or I would say confront things that they wouldn't normally do. Like we can suss that shit out very.
And I just want to reiterate one more time: I don't hate Destiny. I think most people are going to make bad decisions in situations like that, but this is the pattern that I've noticed over time. And also, I have over the last couple months going over all the Mr. Girl Destiny stuff, had a fair amount of criticism for Mr. Girl as well. Sometimes pretty severe criticism. And I also have a history of criticizing him too. I don't want people to think like I'm super biased.
Quickly, like what's going to drive someone to go mental or what they're trying to hide, that type of stuff. It seems like something that most other people don't do as well.
It's not just about narrative controlling. It's not about just controlling a narrative when you're acting like somebody's coming for you and you have the kind of community that Destiny had. Like DGG, I seen a lot of stuff towards Mr. Girl that I thought was like insane for a fan base to be doing. Like not even just the doxing. Right before the report came out, I DM'd Mr. Girl and I was like, "Hey, are you okay?" And he's like, "Eh." I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Are you scared?" And he was like, "Yeah." Like he was like, "Of course I am." Like, I've already had people dox me. This shit's crazy. Yeah, but Destiny doesn't rein it in. He directed people to Anna's kiwi farms. Told them to stop talking about her in his chat. They can go to her kiwi farms instead. That's not what popularity is.
So it's like
kind
of stirring the shit a little bit, but like getting down to the point, right? Like you know how to. I don't want to say how to hurt someone, but like what they're not talking about. You can get to the point right away. Steve's very.
He's a large presence who also claims to have really good control over the things that he's shifted on that a lot. He used to say that he works really hard if people are like doing that kind of behavior in his community. He gets rid of them. He seems to have moved away from that recently. I don't hear those kinds of claims, and I certainly don't see that kind of enforcement happening anymore.
Very good at that. Like if someone comes in here like just cutting through the bullshit and being like, "Hey, why'd you say this?" and they're like, "Oh, okay, well, there's not a lot of bullshit there."
Okay, Dan, when you had me on the panel and you were shit stirring, which was very funny, and I'm convinced you like me so much actually, because I feel I just feel like this is a boy thing to do, but I get it. What was your goal there? Was your goal just to?
I don't have to compare him to other people. I have to compare him to the standard in which he has presented, and that's what I'm criticizing him based on, this standard in which he has created. It doesn't make any sense to compare him to other people who don't have the same espoused morals as him. I just landed on this side of the internet. Tubes like November, Foolery's home base. It's been overwhelming lore, language, culture, and dynamics here. Oh. I assume you probably seen me first from Tomfooleries then. Wait, yes, it does to what? I said a lot of things.
Enjoy the shit show, to make the panel angry, to get like emotions.
I honestly don't remember. I remember that. Let's see. What do I remember?
I don't like that.
I remember that I gave you shit for interrupting something, which you did do, and it's not exclusive to you. I did that yesterday, actually, with someone who just comes in here uninvited.
I'm saying that he has claimed to put a stop to that kind of action, and then as times went on, I've seen him not. I've seen him condemn that kind of thing, and then I've seen him encourage it since then, like encouraging people to go to Anna's Kiwi Farms. I confronted him myself on stream that his fans were doxing Mr. Girl, and he straight up said, "I don't care about that." That was the very first thing that has ever happened that shocked me, and no. At times at times he has, and at times he attacks people. I am not talking about the way Destiny attacks people. What his community does and what he does are not the same thing at all. Drive, do you ever watch the interview he did with Tomfoolery? He tries to argue that Kiwi Farms thing didn't contradict the sub blackout, and then he says he's fine with threatening to leak news for texts. Yeah, that was crazy. He doesn't care about doxing. Okay. Then you can't say that you rein in your audience. Where did he say that? There's a stream. It's on my stream too. But if it's on Destiny's, it's when Smeth came and talked to him. And then I came and talked to him. I think it might have been the day of the interrogation. I'm not sure. It's right around that time. But if it's on my stream, it's pretty obvious. That doesn't work, Drazi. Okay, I think we just disagree fundamentally then. If you want to talk about it sometime, we can talk about it. But I think that this might be getting too convoluted for me to argue with you in text.
Like, hey guys, it's me.
Argue not in like the angry
off other people in here.
sense.
I have a conversation to do, and it just drives me crazy more than I'm trying to like,
Yeah, I think so.
do anything else. But there's a lot of people that.
And I respect you too, Trib. I've known you. I've talked to you like over a year ago, I think, and like you're cool with me. I ain't holding against you.
Have that in them. They just.
I guess I don't do that in general, but yeah, we're good.
Showing up, and it's like, did you guys hear what's happening in Cuba right now? I cannot. And it's like, mother. We are talking about what type of dog is sexiest right now. Can you wait your turn? I don't know. Just that shit bothers me.
Yeah, that's my like social misunderstanding of the rules. Steven is also very confusing. He's always like, Brittany, come on, Brittany, I'm talking to you. Oh, what are you doing right now, Steven? He's like, just chilling, just like talking to you. And I'm like, okay, I can just come in whenever. And then I get yelled at, and then I feel bad because I don't want to take.
Wait, when do I yell at you?
No, you would never. But like, it's just like I don't want.
Oh yeah. Speaking of dogs, I don't know how many people know this, but copy. I have an extremely pretty lab pity mix named Kiora, and in my Discord, almost all of my emotes are different expressions of her. So if you wanna join the Discord, you can, and you can enjoy all the awesome Kiora emotes. There's another dog that looks like her too. That's my other one. She's not as good.
That's because other people are always.
She's a couple emotes.
We do it for him.
No,
yeah, that's true.
Thank you. That's not true.
Okay, Dan, I need to ask you this because please tell me I'm not crazy. Steven does treat me with kid gloves, right? He's nice to me.
I think. Listen, I don't. So I'm gonna preface this. I would say maybe a little bit, but it's also because he's trying to put people into his life right now. I think he's been burned by so many people, and he thinks like, oh, here's an interesting person. He could obviously make you hate him like so quickly because you say a lot of dumb shit, but he doesn't do it. He's just like, hey, listen, they have their own thing. He defends you a little bit. He moves on.
I think I like
so that could go a different way. If what you're saying is he doesn't come at me like he would someone he hates, of course he doesn't do that. But,
when I think of treating somebody with kids gloves, when I say kids gloves, this is what I usually mean. Well, there could be two meanings to this. One is that I'm intentionally.
It happens we don't have to grant everything impossible to. Yeah, I'm pretty good. If I think there's like a fundamental disagreement about something, I don't really feel like it needs to be argued about. Who's the guy? Wait, which guy? The guy talking? That's not Destiny is Dan. Otherwise, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Like tiptoeing around somebody to not hurt their feelings.
Gotta be responsible for the type of toxic community a content creator fosters. That's true. Also, I'll say like one more thing on it, and then I probably drop it for now, unless somebody wants to have like a conversation just about that with me. There are few communities that are even ones that are larger than Destiny's that are as intimidating and mobile as DGG. While I don't blame Destiny for all of it, I just feel like the criticisms that I give are based on things that he's said about it, which is generally how I'm going to criticize people. I'm going to criticize people when they don't follow like the standards that they lay out. How could you like Dan? Granted, know little, but the article is not hard to understand. You have to be rationalizing like a snake knowing as much as Dan does. I just think Dan's really funny and generally fairly honest. Like some of the honest things he says are pretty funny. And a lot of times he grills Destiny pretty good. I just think he's like a kind of like a funny comic relief guy sometimes. Like I don't know him as a person.
That's
like I don't know
rare.
the depths of him.
I don't actually know if I ever do
but
that.
like the surface level shit that I see of him, he usually makes me laugh.
I'm spotting things that could be problems or could be contradictions, but I'm giving you like the benefit of
I
the doubt
enjoy
and letting you
Dan.
kind of explore those or explore that in a conversation rather than trying to like destroy you in a debate where like you said this but then you also said that and now I need you to
Yeah,
recognize
he's not an
you're
old friend.
wrong. Like that's generally what it means when somebody says like kids clubs. So like when I would say, for instance, like I've treated Lav with kids clubs, but that doesn't mean I've treated her, she's not an idiot. I'm not treating her like a stupid person, and I'm not like not challenging her. Like our conversations, I think most of them, even the ones where I'm being nice, are really challenging for her, but I'm not like I'm not sitting there trying to be like, well, you said that and then you did this, you idiot. Like, what? How can you say blah blah blah? Like, I'm not like going hard, like trying to assassinate. I'm giving her like in my mind a space to kind of like explore those ideas in a relatively safe manner, and then like be able to kind of say whatever and do that. Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess when I say kids clubs, I really shouldn't say kids clubs. What I say that what I really should mean is I'm extending like a really high level of
IRL 50.
charitability. You're probably not going to get from anybody else on the internet.
Well, there is one thing as well, and I think like Steve can, I don't want to say like go hard because there's two
That's why I have
types
to
of
skim
going hard. There's
chat
like
before I read
really
it out
like
loud.
getting into it, and he's done that with me, and he's done that with Mr. Mutin. But both of us are, we know we're all coming out. This at the end of the day. I think
You're rationalizing insecure, an insecure creep by some vindictive. I guess sure. Like Dan doesn't seem like a great guy. But when I talk about like that, like I said, like I don't like hate Destiny. I still like his content a lot. I think I separate Destiny from his content now. Is like where I'm at with him. But like Dan, like I don't know shit about him. It's just like when he pops in, things tend to be a bit funnier and a little bit more entertaining for me personally. I wouldn't like abdicate for him though. Like, hey, leave Dan alone. I wouldn't. It's not like that.
I think there are some people that if he
I don't,
does,
like, care
do
about
that
him.
type of like really harsh, brash behavior with,
But I enjoy it.
100%. Like they're not going to be like, oh, that was fun, I want to do that again, and more so like start
Like I also like Tony, the guy from like Kill Tony. Tony, his stand up is like super brutal and mean. He like mean as shit to people. No, just meant it. Dan is an old friend. Oh, I thought when you said IRL for is he an old friend? IRL for D. I thought you were making a joke like that. Like I thought the joke was like that. I'm gay and I used to know Dan and we fucked. Basically, some loose joke amounting to that, based on how you worded it there. That's really really funny. Yeah, him and Destiny go like way back. I know. I just want you to acknowledge what is likable. I just want you to acknowledge what is still likable about a person. Yeah, that's just like all I know about Dan. Well, who's your favorite content creators then? No. It's fine. Like I'm not about her. I thought it was funny. Alley Cattails. I just didn't want to read it on stream. Mr. Girl is probably my favorite. I really like Smeth. Smeth is like super entertaining. Oh my god. Otherwise, who else do I watch regularly? I do like watching food shops. I'm not just saying that because there are raid parties here. Let's see. Taking a quick look. I like Wick. Zonia is probably one of the higher tiered ones. Perspective Philosophy I'm a big fan of, which I'm trying to get him roped more into this space. Those are probably the main people that I watch with regularity, but I also like Will and his channel. He doesn't really stream anymore. He's like funny, but I also watch a fair amount. I'll watch Tom when I notice that he's on, but I watch Chud a lot just to see what's going on. I just don't donate or anything anymore. And also Board Knack. He talked to me before he started streaming. I was like his first engagement with streaming. His content he's put out has been extremely quality, which is really evident in the fact that he has several videos with over 1,000 views within his first month of streaming. Dude's quality. I got to give him that.
Shit talking him on their stream later.
Oh, and Tuna.
So there's a lot of people that fall into that camp.
Immensely entertaining.
I don't know how you would react if he did that to you, but certainly that is something.
Freddie and
that
Trip probably know
hasn't
me
been
well
done
enough
to
to
you
notice
yet.
it.
But that's just
I understood after you explained it.
So far.
Maybe that's it too. It's funny. Kyla and I just talked about this too. Like, what does it mean to be taking, like, to take someone seriously? Like, we were talking to Lav about it.
Mm-hmm.
I take my meat. I take myself seriously, but I also don't. Like, it's so hard for me to take so many things seriously.
I can't watch Brittany's streams though. I was coming home from work one day and I tried to put on a Brittany Simon stream and I did it for like 5 minutes. Her energy is too chaotic for me. She overwhelms me.
seriously when it's just all very much, I don't know, it feels kind of fake, my life sometimes. Like as a content creator, it's such a weird, awesome job, but it's a total blessing that could go away tomorrow, right? And I'm trying just to enjoy it while I have it, but
Wait, what's wrong with liking Wick? Content sniffer, Dad got me pretty good. I do like Wick.
it's hard for me to invest in it like I did with
I like Wick more when he does stuff that isn't panels, though. I'll say that. Panels are okay sometimes. They get kind of old for me. But I do like Wick. I like Wick as a person too. Him and I were
politics, like
I think Wick and I became friends like right before he started popping off.
politics. I thought
I
I was
think-
changing
yeah.
the world, right? I was really invested, so I was ready for battles every day. But here, I just want to have
I don't think that I don't wholesale blame Wick for how that interview went. I think he gave the same kind of interview he would have given anybody. I just thought it was unfortunate.
the conversation. Like, I wonder if you avoid Steven coming at me about the levels because you know it's just a subjective tool, that it doesn't matter. It's not trying to be objective. So it's like, what's the point of discussing this?
Why don't
and
I
since
come
No,
up to you
I like
about, like,
when
the
Wick
levels?
debated a lot.
Yeah, like, why don't you, like, you know how people seem so angry about
And when I talked to him about his opinions on free speech, I really enjoyed that. That was good. I also see before he like really blew up, he did debates, and he's actually really good at debating. It's kind of a shame that he's fallen into such a tight, consistent schedule of like just almost always doing panels because he's a really good debater.
it? Is it just because you know it's not that big of a deal, so you're like, what's the point of getting angry about it?
I think the
Well,
reason
then I
why
guess you
people
never
get
get to
angry
watch him
about
tripped.
a
I'm just
self-made
kidding.
level system where you've appointed yourself the highest level is people feel like you use it as a way to be condescending towards people, and people oftentimes really don't like to be categorized. So in their mind, there's a girl like you that doesn't fit any of the traditional molds of intelligence. You don't like wear glasses and do STEM and debate politics and all that shit, right? You talk about what you talk about on your stream, mainly interpersonal stuff. So you already don't fit the mold of what they would expect to see as a very intelligent person. And then you've got a level system where you categorize yourself at the top, and they probably feel like if they talk to you, you'd categorize them lower. I think that harbors a lot of resentment, or they would harbor a lot of resentment as a result of that, and then people will attack you for it. I don't attack you for it because I have a very cohesive way of how I view the world. I don't necessarily care if you and I disagree on some things, or if you would say I'm like a level 1 or level 2. That wouldn't. I don't think you'd say I'm a level 1. But like, I don't think I would really care that
Oh.
much. Like where you put me, like I'm on my.
Actually, the people that I watch the most aren't even Twitch Bowl people. I watch a lot of magicians and like magic tutorials and stuff. That's probably what I watch the most of on YouTube, if I'm being perfectly honest. I find most channels are kind of boring or maybe too chaotic for me. Yeah, I want to get back. I liked how I was doing them. I thought I did a pretty good job with the two that I did. Oh well, the first one was a bit much, but I got a little bit better with it. I've had a couple of them, and the last one that I did went really, really well. It was like positive from all the panelists, positive from all the people that were on it. I think the key is to making sure that the people that are on can communicate with each other without like overlapping super hard shouting, and keeping the number down. Well, thanks guys. Checks in the mail. Drazi, I go on Kinkamor's panel sometimes. Recently a mod for Tom after the reckoning. Oh, I see. Kinkamore added me, but like never tried to set anything up, so I don't know what's up with that. I expect to hear from them at some point.
My
I
journey,
assume there's a
my
reason
thing,
they
I've got how I'm
added
figuring
me
out
and
the world.
stuff.
What I'm curious about, or the thing that I would super attack you over, is if I felt like you were
Yeah, Freddie.
generating a lot of really, really, really bad answers from your system.
Like if you see, like I'm sure like it's kind of obvious that my hands are moving a lot underneath the camera. 10 to 1, I usually have like a deck of cards and I'm just like practicing like my hand stuff. My wife never seen any magic tricks growing up or anything, so that sort of inspired me to reignite my interest in it for a long time, because it fucks her right up.
And that's probably
No, I just
what
got good enough to
start
fuck people up
hit
in
on you
general with
over.
some
So
of
like
the
if you were
tricks.
saying things like, yeah, like if you've been a level 3 for like over a year, you should probably like give up on life and like go work as a janitor because you're not gonna make it. Like if you were saying like stuff like that,
Yeah.
I'd probably be way more. Or if you were saying things like, you know, it's really hard for black people to not be like level 2, like that's just kind of where they'll, then I'd probably start like
Right.
you know going pretty hard. But as it stands right now, like you just have a way of how you arrange people, like your system of organizing things in your head. You do it based on introspection. I think introspection personally is a very important quality. So if you want to organize your view of people around that, I tend to do it around confidence and self-esteem, but I bet you can make
It
those
is
two
fun.
things relating to one another. Like people with higher introspection
yeah.
probably tend to be more, et cetera, et cetera. And I probably wouldn't make a formal level system, but maybe I would, maybe someday, who knows. But yeah, so I don't see, you haven't said enough for me to get like ultra fucking ass mad over it, the way that a lot of my fans get ultra fucking ass mad over things.
Okay.
I also don't hate women,
right
which helps too, but yeah, sorry, God.
What is that? So whatever that exists, that allow very funny. So that right there, whatever that is, what is that? What is your ability to just see it and be like, oh yeah, okay, it's a system, she made a tool, no biggie, and then other people's inability to do.
I did like how Destiny defended Prime, or at least objective unless the majority demonizing and trying to cancel him was at least objective. Oh yeah, actually, I think that's one of the best things I've ever seen Destiny do. It's like one of the very few times that my kids heard me listening to like Twitch Bowl and was like heavily invested in that. They watched the whole 3-hour video with me, and then we were both waiting like big time for the second video to come out. It never got released, but it was on the Destiny archives. So we did get to see the second video of that too, even though it wasn't released on the main channel. Destiny killed it against Dylan with that. Oh my God. Truly his biggest hero moment I've ever seen. And I always give him props for that. I thought that was super cool of him.
Do that where they're like, oh,
He
Brittany's
saved
like a
that
cult leader,
man.
and like it's so dangerous. I'm like, oh my God, you pussies! Like, why are you making me like, what is this?
I think that there is a very natural, very human, and very normal thing where people that are too different than you necessitate some level of hatred from yourself. I don't know why, if it's an in-group, out-group thing, but that just seems to be a really normal human thing. I noticed this a lot, especially after reading an essay by that Scott Alexander guy, that even when we have what we would consider to be a diverse group of friends, when people say they have a diverse group of friends, what they actually mean is they've got a group of friends that are diverse in ways that they don't care about, but in ways that they do.
Freddie, 100%. That was drama really worth watching, I think. There were real stakes for the people involved, and I thought that it was resolved like with the highest degree of excellency. That's one of like the most memorable things that I've seen in the last like 5 years.
Do care about, there's often very little diversity. So to use the classic example of like progressive person, right? They might say, I've got a really diverse group of friends. I've got Hindu people, I've got black people, I've got all these colors, all these religions. Then my thing would be like, okay, well, you don't care about that. You don't care if somebody's different skin color.
Cirque du Soleil type entertainer? I imagine that would be the opposite of Nolan in a lot of ways.
Do you have
That's
any
pretty
friends
cool.
that are MAGA Republicans? Do you have any friends that are pro-life? And then the answer is like, no, absolutely. It's like, okay, well, you don't have a diverse group of friends. They are diverse in some ways, but they're for qualities that you would never like cut somebody off for. You don't have anybody that's diverse.
My kids never having it. Whenever I show my kid a magic trick, they're like, okay, go away now.
In ways you wouldn't agree with. So I think it's pretty natural that when people see somebody that they disagree with to a certain amount, it's very, very, very hard. You've heard the saying, live and let live. That is such a tremendously difficult thing for most people to do. If people see somebody that they disagree with, it almost has to be like, that person's a idiot. This person is so stupid. This person has no idea what they're talking about. They're so dumb. It's like, maybe they just view things a little bit differently than you. And I don't even necessarily blame them. I think my audience skews a little older, but they're probably the median age is probably still around 25, 26, 27. It took me until I was like 29, 30 to stop viewing people as lesser or worse than myself, because I would view that a lot because I'm a relatively unemotional person, or a more, I would say, like logic brained or right brained or whatever. That's how I view things. For a long time, I would always feel this like, oh, I'm better than these people. Like, these people are worse than me. They're so emotional. But now I'm at a stage in life where it's like, okay, well, there are pros and cons to both types of thinking. If you want to be a truly holistic person, you have to incorporate both types of thinking. And if you
Yeah, Nick on Alex Jones, I meant in this space specifically. Obviously, there's more entertaining things than that in the last 5 years.
view people that are different than you as worse than you, there's like this whole gamut of human experience and behaviors and ideas that you're like depriving yourself of. But that took me a long time to learn. So yeah, I mean, I don't blame other people for not necessarily being there. Yeah.
For sure. And obviously your job where you talk to a lot of people, it like forces you to also see the humanity in so many different ideas. Like it allows you, I think, to be more patient, which my job as well allows that. But also I'm striving for it especially after being so political for so long. I am so tempted to get back into politics, but I really don't want to. I just think it's like a dead end. And I'd like to think it wouldn't be, because it impacts people's lives in such a real way. But there's no growth there. There's no expanding on ideas. There's no openness to actually like coming together. There's no willingness to even have a conversation about, you know, do people really view reality so differently that they're willing to vote this way for that reason? Like my sister-in-law, she's really pregnant
nice,
right now.
Freddie.
Thank goodness. We're so happy about it. But
Okay.
she made the stance. We're talking about abortion, and I'm pro-choice. She's pro-life, and she made the stance that like your body doesn't belong to you the moment you're pregnant. And I was like, ooh,
Almost everything
can you
I do is
see
close
how that
up.
would be very hard for somebody with like borderline or somebody with suicidal ideations or somebody who feels like
I missed that. You said you were borderline. She's pregnant. What was the thing that you said right before that?
She said that once you are pregnant, your body does not belong to you anymore.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
And I was like, do you know how like what that sounds like to somebody who we've already been put in situations where our bodies weren't ours at the moment, and so we're trying to have like my consciousness is still there. The baby's growing, yes, and I'm feeding the baby, but my body's still something different from the baby. But she was like, no, once you're pregnant, that baby like owns your body, and that.
He was a pro mixologist, bartender, always an indie trick fun. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to smoke in chat. You're always welcome to chat if you're high or drunk or whatever. I don't care. I don't discriminate against my chatters. It takes a lot to get muted or banned from my chat. Very few people have. I feel like you know you're gonna if you like. I don't think it's been a surprise to anybody.
That freaks me out. Like that logic, like that thinking about it that way sends me into like, ooh, runaway mode. Because I'm like, ooh, that sounds scary. That sounds like you're gonna really let like me die on a table for a baby that's 3 weeks old.
Well, here's something
whatever.
that I'm really curious about then. Hold on, wait, I'm asking you real quick. I'm not making this up, right?
Yes, I'm open about it.
Okay, so here's a question then. How do you feel about your lupus? And then the context of me asking this is, I have...
So just Destiny related then? Maybe the Great Reset debate was GOAT. Well, it doesn't have to be Destiny related, just like the Twitch poll space. Like there's been like a lot of like the Mama Max drama. People are all up over that. It's okay. It held my attention for like a day or so. But I couldn't watch like days and days and days of it. That was I think I know everything I need to know.
Recently.
Like, that kind of stuff.
When she talks about her autoimmune disease, she feels horrible. That like I'm trapped in a body that is like literally trying to kill me, and it's like the worst feeling ever. And I've wondered if you. Well, I'm not trying to.
It's also really nice to see that there's people awake at this time because since I've moved, I kind of had to shift my streams to a later time. So it's nice to know that there's still people awake looking to watch stuff at this time.
Invoke this fear in you if you haven't thought about it like that. I'm sorry, I don't want to do this here. But like, have you ever thought about like, okay, well, in one sense, a baby could own your body, or in another sense, like your body is trying to destroy itself, like the lupus owns your body. Have you ever had that friend or thought about it that way, or?
I think of my body and my consciousness as like these things where my body carries my consciousness. And so the body is like a ship, and the ship sometimes hits an iceberg.
Sure.
And so my lupus is like the iceberg. It's like, fuck, okay, I have an infection or I have a thing that's attacking my vessel and it's going to make me sail slower or like not hit the tides as smoothly. So I think of it more like that. And I've already gone through like, actually the hardest part about my lupus was accepting that my body completely changed and it's not as stable. But knowing that I could get better. I'm working with a nutritionist who's very fucking expensive and wonderful, but she's wonderful. She's really helping me. And she told me it's never going to go away. You're never not going to be sick, but you can be stable and you can be better. And I said, okay. And that is just like radical acceptance. I can't change the fact that I have this. I can just work towards pairing up my vessel and taking care of my ship to the best of my ability.
And even, is this like...
Think of the same. You can think of like a baby in a similar way, like radical acceptance. I've got a dude growing in me for 9 months.
Oh wait, I don't know.
Yes, totally. So I actually spiritually think that abortion is really bad for the soul and bad for the everything.
Gonna apply to the next
but I
stream.
think that it's necessary. The same with everything we hate doing in life. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have an abortion, right? Sometimes it happens. I've never had an abortion, but I definitely had a false pregnancy.
I'm not in any way a mixologist, but I am the kind of person, if I mix a drink, I'm always like, hey, try this. Tell me it's not great. I think I'm pretty good at mixing up my own shit. No names, no recipes. I think I just make a good drink.
Pregnancy scare, and I made that call to Planned Parenthood almost right away because I was like, I'm not having this baby right now. So I think that that's the problem with me.
No, I
know
very
people have
rarely
pointed
drink
it out
anymore.
that I have a personal belief, like a Britney belief, and that I have but you have to survive in the world belief. So if I'm living and I have privileges and I'm healthy, yeah, have a baby. But if you're in survival mode and you don't have $10 to your name, maybe having a baby isn't the best and maybe killing it is better, right? We've justified abortion all this time for that reason alone. I think it's a fine reason. It's maybe not the best. And ultimately in a great functioning society, we wouldn't have it. So yes, of course I can understand that my body is now this home for this baby. And when I have a child in a few years, fingers crossed, I'm going to do everything I can to prepare this vessel, like not doing drugs, stopping my weed intake. You'll be so proud of me. Like doing all of this stuff. In that regard, absolutely. I think my sister-in-law is making a great point that that baby is reliant on you, dependent on you. Like just this beautiful, innocent being is growing. Of course, the last thing I want to do is kill it.
Sure.
But to say that people aren't in positions where terminating a pregnancy is better, I think is just not fair to the reality of existence.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
That's such a weird argument
Yeah,
for
so
me.
it's that kind of stuff. But I try not to be self-pitying, especially about the lupus. I already cried about it. Like, what if I can't be a mom, Steven? What if I'm so tired all the time? What if I'm so tired that I lose that dream of being a mother because I can't be a good enough mother? That scares me so much.
Well, the best way to think about all of that, or the best thing about human beings, is we acclimate very, very, very quickly, even if it seems impossible. So even if that sounds like the worst thing in the world, you'd get used to it surprisingly quick.
That's true.
Have you ever heard of
And
have you heard of locked in syndrome?
No, locked in syndrome?
Yeah, like the only thing you can basically move are your eyes.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, even those people report like pretty high like standards of living. So
Nice.
humans acclimate to their situations like unbelievably quickly. So you'll be fine.
That's true. That
Damn, I guess you know your shit. Holy fuck.
is ultimately true. So yeah, so that's my answer to that.
Oh, I missed it. You said up there you're still a pro spirits booze judge for fun. Holy shit.
I gotta
Can we
be
move
honest.
on to some drama stuff, I guess? Something...
I'm really curious if there's like a whole set of like lingo associated with it, and if you're talking about like bartending at like a competitive level, if you just sound like completely crazy to other people who aren't like in the loop. Because I have hobbies like that, like Magic the Gathering. When I talk about it around people, we have a bunch of words and shit that don't mean anything to anybody else, and it just sounds like a bunch of nutty nonsense. Because we have like our own community. Definitely okay. That's
you got
fun.
anything to add to that, or
No.
What drama
I don't have
stuff?
anything to add. What drama?
no? Just in general, like what's your take on all the shenanigans going on with like Lab and Mr.
I think it's
Girl
good for
right
community
now?
building.
What's your viewpoint on it?
Here, I think Steven curates.
Hold on, let me stop you right now. If you give a half-assed, fake, cutesy answer that does nothing, I'm gonna be really disappointed and upset. So
Okay,
you better
fine.
give a real f***ing hot
No.
take here, not some fake hot take that's not hot. So
Okay,
what's going on?
He said, "Don't be
I
a
think
bitch about it."
Steven is such a unique individual that he curates a safe space for some of the most other unique individuals, and those unique individuals tend to be mentally ill, and mental illness with a lack of introspection causes chaos and drama.
Wait, who are you indicating is mentally ill? Well, I guess there's only a few options here, but yeah, what's going on here?
Lav, Mr. Girl, obviously they talk about it all the time. Like it's clear. Like assuming Mr. Girl's stories are all correct, he's obviously going back and forth with his own. He's kind of like Kanyeing everything right now, right? Like he's kind of like Kanye a little bit. He's more reasonable than Kanye, but I mean, is he that different than talking
What a
about
bar to
reality
set.
from only his view and how he has all
Jesus.
the answers and how he's the one being the most nuanced when that's not really what's happening?
Oh
Do
shit.
you,
So
do you
I-
have, do you
Wait,
have
who just joined?
conversation? Oh, it's Lav Loon. Hey, Lav.
Hi, Lav.
Hey, what's up, Laugh?
Hi, I just
You're-
tuned into stream and heard someone utter my name. I was summoned.
My mentally ill sister.
Yeah,
Hi,
no,
Lav.
I actually think
This
that
was roughly a year ago. I'm wrong. October 26, 2022. How
you're
the time
right. I
flies.
did want to come on because I think that this would be a good time because the gang's all here. I did want to actually publicly apologize.
For crying?
No, not for crying. I think
Oh.
my cry was justified, and I think
Wait, are you apologizing to Dan?
no,
you
Steven,
should be.
I'm apologizing to you. And
Oh no,
also
listen, please. If
to-
you want to tweet
to
something,
your-
go for it. I hate apologies. I don't care. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll apologize to your audience also. I think that I mischaracterized
still drink a lot.
your audience.
Mixed drinks for personal use and friends.
I think for every really evil, toxic, spiteful chatter,
I don't really drink a lot, but I think it'd be fun to work at a bar. It's like a bartender. I like talking
there's
to
like
people.
a really beautifully introspective, very charitable, empathetic chatter. But it is like so hard to focus on the good things. Obviously, right? Obviously.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
Is
yeah.
a mirror. You know, that's what it is.
Sure, and that's hard. That's hard. Like that is
Oh.
it's and especially when it's in real time. I don't think that a lot of people have to introspect immediately in real time constantly like people who stream.
You know, at the end of the day,
It's 47 minutes in the video. Once again, if you haven't already, like video, subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's free. Thank you.
You can't win them all, but you can win a lot of them. And you guys have been doing a lot of L's lately.
I think you're right.
You have to get your shit together.
If for no other reason that I'm not going to ask you for your money.
Because this is a fucking mess.
Which
Everything
is
I'm seeing from you lately is just not good. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna change things?
Good.
Up,
I feel like
I don't know if everything is amiss.
I didn't say everything. I said most of the things are amiss. Well, I don't even know if I said
I think you said everything.
Oh, then everything. You know, you gotta turn your shit around.
Double down, yeah, double down. Yeah,
That's funny.
I don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to come in and say.
You don't want to answer that question then.
Well, no, I do. I just don't want to. I don't want to come in here and make it the lab show. I just wanted to make like a little appearance and then pop out.
Well, right now it's the fucking. Oh, hold on. Right now it's the. It was.
Thank
the
you. Some of you did
show.
like.
Thank God I shut that shit down. So we can do the lab show for a little bit. So
no, I love the Britney show.
We're moving on now.
I love Steven and Britney's dynamic. I think it is much more interesting than what I could add right now. I will come on again and avenge myself. But.
Well, Lev, let me ask you this question before you leave. I'm just curious. So you see how like you're lovable, you come on, like I'm already smiling. I'm like, Lev is here. Like there's so much about you that's lovable. Do you think that you know that about yourself, that there are lovable parts, but then there are parts of you that like just like people aren't quite used to? And that just that disconnect between those two areas is what we need to bridge right now. We just need to bridge it.
I mean, my hope is that people are around me enough to see that I have complexity, but I also don't like. I understand.
I don't know if I feel like Lab's sort of like reclaimed her ability to stream and stuff. It seems like I hear less and less people talking shit about her, more people saying positive things about her, but I don't really know how this transformation happened. Very grateful. I'm like entrepreneurial, tech, marketing, brand strategist, haha, media studies major, business minor, certificate in peace and conflict studies. Wow, what an interesting space for you to find yourself in. I feel like all the additional things that you might think about probably give you a headache when you're
when I
listening to this shit.
Into a, when their first view of me for the last couple weeks is me like yelling at women and like being really aggressive, like I can't expect them to see anything but that.
Yeah,
so I think
figured.
that hopefully with time people will become less aggressive on their dislike for me, hopefully, right? Like I could still
but even if they don't, right?
But
even if they don't, here's what I'm curious about, because Cherry and I talked about this too, which that call went really well. She was really nice. So that was really great.
Someone in his chat said she's darvoing.
A bunch of
Oh, hold on, Lav. You don't want to go down that road because people have sent us quite a few things on things you've said.
Well,
as
look, that's it, right? So going back to Dan's question, this is what happens, right? We all get together, we talk shit, we have our things. What I'm mostly
came from true crime YouTube since 2018. Oh no. I watched a true crime story one time on stream because somebody put it in my React stream links. It was okay.
I just want to get your
I can't do that
here
stuff too
now,
much.
because
I think it's bad for your mental health.
Cherry wasn't public with that
It's bad
information
for mine.
about her and Steven. So I wanted to know why you decided to share it on my stream.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. This is actually my fault.
It's getting so bad.
No, well, I'll also say it's partly Cherry's fault. But I thought that, especially once Cherry wrote that
true crime YouTube or your mental health,
put longer memory, that it was public knowledge that me and her had hooked up.
Well, I
That's
guess.
what we're talking about, right? Or did I just leak that?
If my supposition is correct, then
she literally apologized and said that you like ghosted her.
True
and
crime
that she
YouTube
was
would
upset
be
about
both.
it.
And then I also, I think I've even mentioned this on stream.
With YouTubers inserting themselves in cases. Oh, that's I can imagine. Seems pretty cringe, to be honest.
And then Cherry messaged me like 2 weeks ago.
Like the
and she was
audacity.
like, "Did you tell people on stream?" And I was like, "Yeah, I thought this is." I thought it was. Oh no, she messaged me and she said, "Did you tell Lav anything private about anything that we've done?" And I said, "No, I'm pretty sure I've only told her like whatever is like public." And then Cherry asked me, "Did you tell her that we hooked up?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And she's like, "Well, that's not public." And I was like,
If they're gonna insert themselves in any cases, why can't one of these true crime YouTubers insert themselves into the Elliott Smith murder? It's pretty obvious at a glance that his neighbor murdered him, and like they just can't seem to figure that out. The neighbor and him had conflict. He was stabbed, I think 2 times. The neighbor's the one that found him. There was fingerprints on the knife because they took it out. and like the wounds, like there's no way you're stabbing yourself again after that. My God. And I don't even like this isn't even coming from a true crime like background. I just liked the music artist and heard about how he got murdered. Was like, how is this brutal suicide? That's
Almost
crazy.
positive that's public.
It's
Based
like
on
the
your Twitter, I
only
think I mentioned on stream.
murder case that I care about.
So Cherry probably blamed Lav for using private information that I'd given her to get public leverage on Cherry.
Private sex.
Well, if they're fucking up due process, I guess that's one thing, but like to rule it a suicide.
Life details.
Yeah, but I guess it's my fault or Cherry's fault, but like I don't think that's not necessarily last
Oh.
fault. I thought everybody thought that was.
Yes, it's the same with like the Predator Hunter ones. They're not doing anything to help anyone, except for themselves. All the noble things they say that they care about and they're doing, they're actively harming. YouTubers are literally the worst. No offense. I don't take offense. I didn't start on YouTube, and I just stream. That's why I don't think that I have the audacity to call myself a YouTuber.
That was all
I just,
public.
I just stream sometimes.
I would never. I wouldn't. I had no reason to even know about it other than what Cherry had, the Twitlonger. Literally, that was.
I feel like saying I'm a YouTuber is like this close to saying like I'm a gamer.
Do you think we
It feels
inferred? Do you
weird.
think people just like read that message and then went,
can
oh,
just
they
do
must have had
stuff.
sex,
That
and
would have been my
caused
assumption,
even-
yeah.
No, well, not only the Twitlonger, but it was the apology afterwards for writing the Twitlonger, where she was like, "I'm just sad because he's been ignoring me." Like she publicly said it. Like,
But but that can
are you
mean
talking about
anything.
Cherry?
So
no,
like, okay,
it wasn't. I'm not relaying it perfectly because it was months ago. But
It was
definitely-
a pretty extreme. Like I think my feeling would be, and I could be wrong. My feeling would be that most people reading that would think that there was some. Oh shit! Who joined?
Why are we still doing this?
It is
shit.
Cherry.
Well, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay.
The
Brittany
whole
just
gang's
came.
here.
Oh no. Dan asked Brittany.
Cherry wrote that to her longer because she's fucking nuts. All right, that's all there is to it. At least the ghetto Predator Hunter was generating sales for tire shops.
About Lav leaking something publicly about you and me, and I was clarifying.
Can you imagine needing a new tire and you're like driving past with your significant other, like, oh shit, let's get our tires here. They busted that pedo on YouTube here. This is where I want to get my tires from. Wow, like, if that's to my Cherry comment.
Clarifying to
She
Brittany
earned
and
it.
Dan that the reason why Lav leaked it was because I told it to her privately because I was under the assumption that it was already
Hear my
public.
neck
There it
now?
is. Jesus.
Do not do the stupid thing, okay?
Do not do what stupid thing?
You are a competent person. If you want to dig up my fucking Twitlonger, you probably know where the fuck it is. So tell me right now, if I put in the Twitlonger that we hooked up.
No, I don't think you explicitly said it, but my.
So I didn't.
Stop.
Okay,
No.
so stop playing stupid.
Hold. Okay.
question. So Cherry and I also talked about.
She left, by the way, but go ahead.
I know she left. I can see.
Okay.
So Cherry and I also talked about Lav, like the way you kind of like said you wouldn't have sex with Steven because he's like a League player.
Goodness.
But like, come on, be real, girl. Be real. You do it.
Stop! No! Brittany!
Let her have
no!
an opinion.
These are not the type. I'm trying to de-incelify my. Stop! Stop!
Cherry's the only one I feel pretty confident about saying, she's crazy. If I'm reading your comments correctly, he would slash tires, then show up the next day and tell the mechanics the customer was nuts. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so new. I have personal beef with Cherry. I didn't talk to her or say a word. Like the last time I talked to her, it was positive. We had good interactions, and like 6 months later, she started talking shit about my wife on her stream out of nowhere and preemptively blocked me from her stream so I couldn't comment on it, and blocked me on Discord so I couldn't be like, hey, what the fuck? It was wild.
Stop! Stop! Lav, you
That made me really
definitely
mad.
Stop. Okay, everybody needs to stop right now with this conversation. I'm engaging with women in a loving, wholesome, non-romantic, non-sexual way, and we're going to continue to do that. Okay, stop.
It doesn't seem that way.
That's true.
I did find a mutual Discord that we were in, and I called her out. I was like, you can say that stuff to your audience, but like you won't say anything to my face. And like I called her like a cowardly, stupid bitch or something, and instead of responding, she just left the Discord server.
I don't
That's the
think
whole.
that-
That's the whole
no,
lore.
I think that our relationship is like very platonic, and I don't I don't even, I'm not even thinking of that.
I'm gonna have to stop you there because I do not agree from the things that I've seen in the past between the
It's
two
like
of you.
unfathomable levels of
First
disrespect.
Off, I believe one of the messages of you making fun of Steven and his penis and things like that. Then going next after that, like
Making
totally
fun
I
of
would
his
fuck
penis.
it or something along those
Correct.
lines. Just
Call me a
ugly
cheese
or
boy.
short.
Ethan.
Boy.
That is the
Talk
correct
shit
take.
behind the scenes about me. That is
Yeah,
true.
it is not good. And then the next thing, trying to cover yourself by going out there and say, "Oh, I would totally fuck him." These are not normal ways to handle these conflicts, and you are at fault for doing this type of thing. Do you know how often me or Mr. Mooten or Lycan go out there and we have a slight issue with Steve, and then the next thing we do is we're making Twitter posts about him, or going on stream and talking shit? That is a very uniquely bitchy asshole thing that all of you guys are doing, and it's something that you guys need.
Emosis?
Well, you don't get to just say I'm right. You need to stop being like. That's why you have problems.
I have. That was months ago, and that was also. Let me put things into perspective with you.
I feel like that was also very recently that you went and you did this whole thing on Steve and everything else. Didn't we see clips from you yesterday?
No, that was not. You're talking about the cheese boy thing and the sex thing that
Well,
I.
I mean,
should
there's
say
so many
that.
things. Which,
my
sorry,
stream
that,
with
but
me.
other things. You know,
My
it's
stream
just-
with me too, right? Like
that I wouldn't.
What, maybe
with.
we just shouldn't ask people like, would you f somebody? Maybe that would be the.
No, exactly. No, that's what I was just about to say. Like when you put into public like a personal relationship that I may or may not have with like another person that I don't want public, I think it's a very normal response to be like, oh no, I'd fucking never. That's gross. Especially when so many people are like, oh, he only talks to her because he wants to fuck, right? Of course I have to distance myself from that. That's like extremely normal behavior.
You know, there's a little.
I don't think you have to,
there's
but I
a
do think
little
it's
thing
normal.
here, and most people don't know this because most people aren't streamers, but I've dabbled in it in the past, and I'll say this right now. When you are reading chat, you have the ability to read certain messages out loud and not to read certain messages out loud. And you all consciously made the choice to say, oh, someone said, hey, are you fucking Steven? And instead of just not reading that message, you chose to go in there and be like, no,
it's
no,
funny.
there
Man,
is.
you're really just going hard on this, Dan. Nice job. Keep.
Yeah, Dan's kind of doing the thing that he's criticizing her for doing. The first time I ever spoke to Lav, she started talking to me about Destiny's. They made me look that up the other day on Candle's panel. Oh, why? That's really, really funny, Ethan. Also, I'm usually more invested in the stream. I thought this was going to be more having to do with the mystical stuff that led up to this. This is just like pretty silly tier drama stuff.
It's fun. It's like a fun little teaser. It's like this is. I mean,
I assume the
part of
next
our
one's going to
job
be a lot
as
more
streamers is
meaty
to, like,
than the
entertain,
last
so
one,
it's
or the
like
next one
funny to
after
bring
that's the
that,
last
but
one.
I don't think that anyone's entitled to like the full actual story, right? The reality is something that is like just ours to keep.
No,
think
I listen.
any
I understand.
relationship-
I'm just saying. Look, I feel like a lot of the reason that this crew
Can't
gets a
come-
lot of
oh.
hate is that you guys are pretty
I
well
thought that
known
might have
for
been what you
just
meant.
kind of being snaky. I guess is like kind of the very simple way of doing, untrustworthy, unreliable. People that would like, you know, after this call, they might try to get together and have another call and talk about how shitty you are and, you know, what dirt can we do and start talking. That's really what it comes down to. Is it's that gut feeling that you can't explain away by being nice.
How much time is left on this? All right, 12 minutes. All right, I'm gonna speed it up to 1.25. I have to leave soonish. I have to leave in like about an hour to take my wife to work and kid to school. Did you guys know that DGG dick pic lore? I do. Unfortunately.
On a call or anything else, and that's something that needs to be worked on to kind of like stop doing that type of
I've
thing. Just
seen
be
the
authentic, be
DGG dick
yourself
pic lore.
around the person and not around them. The same.
I wish I
also don't
didn't.
think that you can speak for Steven. I think
I don't need to, because you guys complain about chat and how they feel about you, not Steve. And I'm telling you right now.
But you saying that I'm snaky. I think I've certainly like maybe I've talked about things but so Steven talks about things when I'm not there also, like about how I'm like a Darvo
Did I 1.25
perpetuator,
this?
right? So like,
Hold on, wait. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to stir more shit, but anything that I ever say to my streamer privately, I will say to you publicly, and I'm not going to like pretend
and
that.
I'll do the same thing. I'll do the same fucking thing. You act like everything I said to Max I hadn't said to you in DMs. It's like insane.
Okay, I don't want to relitigate the whole argument, but you definitely have a way of phrasing things when you're confronting the person in a way that sounds much softer and less aggressive than when you're talking to another person.
Of course. That's
I don't have a lot of room to talk.
relationships work.
Somebody who's
I
talked
care
about the
my
reproductive
relationship
organs
with you.
quite a bit.
Of course.
in the past
That's
on
like
stream,
normal
but
human behavior.
I didn't enjoy any of that.
No, because it's not on extreme. It's not on like an extreme scale. I'm not telling Max like Steven, I'm never gonna fucking speak to him again. Nobody should. I hate him. He's toxic. And then going to you and being like, love you so much.
No, I understand.
This is so sweet.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm staying in the center.
Okay.
Yeah, Ethan, if you are around in these communities, people just like post links to shit all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on. I'm trying to be very charitable.
You
I'm
don't
trying
really
to
have
be
to
very
be
charitable.
seeking
I'm trying to be
Finish my thought, please.
stuff you don't want to see out.
I think it is very normal for me, who is very emotional, for me to try to not burden you with my emotions when I'm talking to you, but when I'm not around you, to express my emotions more freely. I think that is normal and that is healthy.
Okay, I'm trying to be very charitable towards you, okay? But to me, having somebody say, because I, unlike you lunatics, I'll say you pride yourselves on being empathetic, blah, blah, blah. I actually pride myself on being a relatively empathetic person. For you to say something like, I don't know if I would ever want to be friends with him because I'm not going to teach him how to treat me like a proper human being. That's an incredible...
Okay, that was my wife's alarm. This none of this is really applying to... Let's get to this part, see?
High trust and laugh, okay? Because, and this is something that
Okay,
ordinarily...
yeah, it doesn't. My wife's alarm went off, so I'm gonna have to wrap this up. But the new people here, I'll let you guys know what I have coming in the future. In the near future, I'm gonna be premiering my regular series of... I'm gonna be doing a call-in relationship advice stream, not for people that are looking to date. Like I'm not... It's not like an incel call-in or anything. It's like really common in this space, but people looking to resolve issues in their own relationships. I'm gonna have rotating guest hosts. I do have Mr. Grill confirmed as one of my guest hosts. He's not going to be the first one, but he is confirmed for one of them. I'm also going to talk to food shops in the near future to get caught up on all the stuff that I missed. What else do I have? I'm going to be continuing my Umbrella Academy stream where I play through Resident Evil 4 while we listen to research. And I also am doing a... Cool, yeah. And if you know anybody who wants to call in, don't hit to join the Discord. I have some callers lined up, but we could always use more. And oh, and also in the near future, I am getting my Mortal Kombat rematch with Mr. Girl since he spanked me so bad the last time. That fucking sucked. We're 1-1 now in Mortal Kombat challenges, and I really want to win. Other than that, gonna be continuing this as well, and I think that's all that I have public at the moment. Oh yeah, I plan on doing I'm pretty interested, heavily interested in the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight, because I think everybody just feels like Tyson's gonna stomp him, but he's like pretty old, and I think I'm gonna do a stream where I analyze the like last couple fights Tyson had, and then look at Logan Paul's, because I don't like Logan Paul, but he's pretty young, pretty in shape, he had a really good record. Oh, it doesn't, but I'll get you the link. And I don't think it's as cut and dry as everybody thinks it is. And I'm not like a really big UFC guy, a really big boxing guy, but I have some interest, and I think it's a really interesting like popular culture phenomenon that we're going to see happen in June. So I want to go over that too. Other than that, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for those that liked the stream and subscribed. And thank you for those that joined the Discord. So far, probably just Alley Cattails and Content Sniffer. But regardless, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who stuck around this long with really good retention from the raid. Have a good night.